lanes. I've been driving this train, years in this lane. There's no stopping this flame, cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, la 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 la. La 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 la.
Let's get started. Now, if you downloaded the code from the link below, you will have a project like this, and inside this you will have assets. So these are the assets, they should be there. Make sure you have them, as well as the lib folder, and inside this we'll have a main file, but it is pretty much empty. And at the same time we'll have this YML file, and inside this YML file we'll have this packages, and pretty much for this 3 we are using the latest one, so make sure that you have them correctly. Okay, all right, great. Now let's take a look at our asset folder. Over here inside this assets we have a JSON file. Now this is the JSON file that we'll be working throughout this app, and first we're gonna load to our app from local storage. Okay, so we would load this JSON file and save it in our local storage as well. Okay, so that we don't have to load it every time as we work in the app. So how to do that? Now, first thing, if you understand it, of course it's a JSON file, right? And inside this actually I have 2 maps over here. So JSON's pretty much like map. Actually their structure is same, but the name is a little bit different, and they do have a bit of difference. But anyway, so we know that map has a key pair value, and our JSON file, it also has a key and pair value. So key and value, so this works in a pair. Now over here it's the same thing, key and value, so they are a pair. Now in our whole JSON file over here, of course this is a big list over here like this one. Now inside this we have this map, right? So this is the first thing we have to understand. And inside each of the map actually we have once again, well, the first one is a key pair value, and second one is also a key pair value. But now for second value over here we do have a list, as you can see over here. So this is a sign of list, and then inside the list actually we have a lot of maps in key pair value. Now this is also so-called JSON format. Okay, so as I said earlier, they are pretty much same as we see the structure visually they are the same thing. So we understand that. So we'll have maps, and inside maps we'll have actually more maps as a list. So these are the few things that we have to understand. Now we want to make model from this JSON. Okay, now this is a little bit complicated because it's not directly pure map, because we see that inside a map we have nested map. So we need to work with this nested JSON or map. Now we'll work them separately. So first we'll focus on this one, this JSON, and part of this JSON, how to convert it to a model class or a model. So that's what we want to focus. Now a lot of time we write models on our own, and I think that's okay. But if your project is bigger, you want to generate them automatically. You don't want to write, because if you write there might be a lot more mistakes. So we'll generate models on our own based on this JSON file. Okay, now first thing we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a new folder over here, and we'll call it models. Now inside this model we'll create a class, and we'll call it workout. Actually, you don't need to call workout, we'll call it exercise.dart. Why? Because actually here, as you see, that it has exercise value. So inside the value we have this maps. Okay, now of course one thing you have to know, that these two are very similar, this section and this section, so they have same format. So that's why I'm not opening it over here. Okay, so we have this exercise.dart over here inside this model class. Now, as I said, that we're gonna auto-generate this section. So we need to copy this section, and we'll go to a special website and we'll put it over there, and that website will auto-generate for us. This is an online tool, anybody can use that. This is the tool that I was talking about. Now over here we need to select JSON format, because we are going to provide JSON data to it. Now how to do that? So over here we'll remove this one and put whatever we had earlier, and I think it doesn't need a comma. Yes, good. And we need to name it, and we'll name it exercise, because this is something that would get auto-generated, and we'll just copy paste it and put it there. Now we do see one thing though over here. We need to make sure that we select Dart. It has a lot of other languages. Okay, great. Now if we did that, now all we need to do, we need to go ahead and copy this one, and we are pretty much done. But of course we need to make some changes in it, because this is not exactly what we want. Anyway, so now let's come over here and put it right here. Yeah. Okay, now we do see that we have a bit of issues over here. Yeah, so it wants you to add required keyword. So we're gonna do for each of them. And another thing we want to do, actually, so over here we want to add the keyword which is called final, and final, because we're going to read them back, and that would be pretty much fixed. We are not going to change them. But what if we don't have any value? So for this reason, actually we're going to make it nullable. So here with this we say this is nullable. Okay, now this kind of structure which has curly braces inside, this is called named optional parameters. Okay, because as we call them from our UI or other places, we'll pass value based on the name. So that's why they're called named optional parameters in the constructor. This is a constructor. Now this is also a constructor, but this is a special kind of constructor. With this you have better control on your object, the one you created. With this you can also reuse the object that you create. You just call the method, and then it would give you an old instance if you don't want to need any new object or new instance. Anyway, so these are the few things. Now actually over here I want to add two more fields which we didn't have over here. any of this map, we don't have any of this JSON, we don't have those two fields, so I'm gonna add them manually over here. So here I would do final int, and we'll have index. Now here you see that inside this exercise, this is a list, right? So list of maps we have over here, this is a list. So we're gonna keep track of how many of them we have. So that's why we're gonna add this one, which I already did, which is index. Now there's another one that we'll add, which is called, the type is int, and over here we'll call it start time. Now why we're gonna have this one? Now as you see that, since this is a gym app or exercise app actually, so we're gonna keep track of which exercise, what time we start, like that. Okay, so these are the different exercises one can do using our app, follow the app. So each of them, they start in a different time. Now we're gonna count them, that starting time. We need to find out. Now that would require a little bit of calculation, which we'll do later down the road. So that's why we added start time. Now to give you a brief example, say as our app starts, so jumping pecs, it'll start from 0 second, it'll continue up to 30 seconds. Now the second one actually start from 30 seconds and it'll continue another 30 seconds. So this would help us to keep track of each of the exercise when it starts, but we need to calculate it later down the road. We'll do that. Now over here we also need to add them. Now here we do this dot index, and then over here this dot start time. Now since this could be nullable, now that's why we didn't add required keyword over here, because this is nullable. But now of course if you remove all these required keywords, we'll still not have any error, because these all fields are all of them are nullable. Now then why we have required keyword for this three? Because as we use our model, we want these three values to be sent wherever we call this class from. So we must send this 3. So that's why, and this 2 we are not actually sending. We'd calculate them on our own. So the idea is, if you have final, then you must need a required. But if you have final optional, which also means like nullable, the value could be nullable. In that case, you can just skip required. But we are using it, as I explained, because we must send these 3 values. So if we don't send these 3 values, Flutter will throw an error, and this is what we want, okay? Because if we have missed or empty information, our app won't work. So that's why we said these are required. Okay, now what to do with these 2 values? Now actually we also need to use them in our from JSON method. So let's go ahead and use them. We'll do int index and int start time. Now you can actually name them anything, it doesn't really matter. Now because these 2 values are not coming from JSON, so they would look a little bit different over here. So index. And then here we'll have start time. By the way, so I have other tutorials where I cover from JSON this kind of factory constructors in depth, in detail, so you should check them out. Anyway, so now yeah, with this we are pretty much done, and to JSON we don't need to use this. Now the reason is why, because based on this format actually we're going to save data in our local storage, and as we save the data, it will save according to this format. But of course it will save it in a permanent memory, which we'll talk about later, because our BLoC app would be using memory, where if you restart your app, the original data is still there and you can use the original data. So a lot of time if we don't use memory or any storage, internal storage, as you restart your app, everything is gone. But in this case we're going to use internal storage using HydratedBlocOverrides, which is also coming from BLoC package actually. So as we store the data there, we're going to store it in the same exact format, the one we have in our JSON format. So that also means that these two, we are not going to use them. So we just use save data without these two. Now we know that from JSON is actually used to convert JSON data to an object, and toJSON is used to convert actually object to JSON and save it somewhere. So these are the basic differences between toJSON and from JSON, and I know this could be very confusing for a lot of people. So as our app restarts or we run, so we get some object, those object will convert, we get some JSON data, and use those JSON data, we convert them to an object, and then we return that object and we can use it in our app. And toJSON method takes an object and it dissects or get all this information from the object, and then it would save the data in a JSON format like key value pair, as you can see. And this is where the name come from, but actually you can name them anything, but this is the convention. Hopefully it makes sense. With this, so far we are done with this class, and but we need to come back to it very soon. Once again, there are a lot of things to do. Now, as you know that this is going to be totally Cubit BLoC app or BLoC Cubit app. So it doesn't have much UI, pretty much how and why we do things like that. Now we'll create another file over here and we'll call it workout.dart. Now this is the file that we created. Now let's go back to our JSON file, and we have seen earlier that over here actually we have two main sections. One is this JSON section or map section, and this is the other JSON section. Now just now we worked with this JSON that was pretty much nested JSON, and we're done with that. Now we need to create another model that would actually help us to use the nested JSON as well as add more information on that JSON. So we need to work on a new one where we'll be using the old JSON, the one that we created, and at the same time we'll use this information as well as this exercise key over here, the one we have. Now let's come over here. Now this is something would be a little bit complex, so our auto-generated tool is not actually going to help us. So we'll do it on our own. We'll create a class and we'll call it workout. And okay, for now we are actually done with this. And then we'll have this fields over here. So we'll have final, string, and a title. Now why we have this one? Because this is our title. Okay, yeah, and we are keeping it nullable. It could be null as we read and save. So it makes it actually better to work with. Even if you have nullable, our app will not crash. But if you don't make it nullable and it becomes null, then app would crash. So in one sense, this is even better. Okay, now the other one. Now this is getting interesting. So inside our inside our JSON, we would use the nested JSON. What is that? The one that we just created, and we called it exercise. Remember? But that is a list. So here we'll create an object from it so that we can save the variable exercises. So what is this nested JSON? Now over here you see this model actually deals with this section, right? And as I said earlier, inside this map we have a list. So this is the list. Actually this list contains a lot of exercise classes. Actually it's a little big one, and they contain them in a list because we have this third braces. So that's why over here we declare it as a list. So this model workout have a title string which refers to this one and a list. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, of course we are getting error. We need to work with that, and so here we do workout, and then we're going to use something called named optional parameter. Now here we would use a required this dot title, required this dot exercises. Now the error should be gone. Now one thing about required optional named parameter, optional named parameter, you can switch the order and it doesn't really matter. It won't throw you error. But if you have like this, definitely it'll throw you error. In that case, they have to be based in order. Okay, but of course we need to remove this as well. Okay, now in that case it'll work. But with optional, with the second braces actually, like this, let me go back. Yeah, so the order doesn't really matter front and back. So that is the main difference between optional named parameter and optional positioned parameter. So this is something called, if you don't have the second braces, this is called optional positioned parameter. Why? Because if you don't have the correct order, it will throw you an error. So that's why it's called optional. Sorry, in that case I need to remove that. So this is called optional named parameter, but you can also make it optional positional parameter. Positional means that actually you have to use the right order as you call them, but here of course it will not throw an error as we are not calling it yet. Once you call it from your UI from other classes, this order right now, this order will throw an error if we call, but we are not calling it, so it's fine. Anyway, so yeah, let's go back to optional named parameter format, and this is what I personally prefer. Okay, great. Now after that, actually we're gonna create a factory method one more time, and we'll call it from JSON workout.from JSON. All right, now here we do map and string, and we'll have dynamic like that, and we'll send to it once again JSON data. We'll take the JSON data. Now this is a class that will have two fields, and we'll call the constructor which is from JSON from our UI actually, or from maybe other classes. And as we call, actually we're gonna send this information, this and this together. Okay, so that's why we are creating this class. So this much of information will send from another class or UI. So that's why we are creating this. But as we send, we are actually sending JSON format. So that's why over here we have map. Now we'll send it a few times, at least 2 times, and each time we're gonna declare a variable. So over here we'll have exercise, this one, and we'll create a variable which is called exercises over here, and we'll skip it as initialize it using null or empty, actually empty list. And then we're going to work with index. As I said, that index is something that we would work on our own, and then we'll also have start time. Okay, all right, and now it's throwing error here because we need a return statement which we don't have yet, but very soon we'll have it. Now here we'll have a for loop, and inside for loop we'll declare a variable and we'll call it x. Now over here actually we're gonna grab JSON, the one that's being sent, and here inside this we'll have exercises tag. Of course we need to use in, otherwise we'll get error. What do I mean by that? Actually, somehow you're gonna send this whole section to it in the JSON, in this JSON. Okay, so in that case our JSON will have this field which is this one. So that means from this JSON object or map, actually we'd be able to access this exercise tag, and that's what we are doing. But in fact that's actually coming from a map. So to make sure that we can read them index by index, so we'll convert them something called as iterable. So with this it'll help us to make sure that we can read them using index, which means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, because we know that map you can't read them using index, but we are inside for loop. We want to use them as or access them using index. So that's why we convert our JSON, this one, cast it to iterable. All right, now we are good. Now we already seen that this is a variable that we declared over here. Now we'll put it over here, and then because this is a list, so we'd be able to use this add method over here. Now, so since we are going to go through it one by one, because it's a loop, so in the loop each time we're gonna access each of this JSON. That also means that this is the right place where we call exercise.fromJSON method. Exercise.fromJSON, this one. Now inside this, we're gonna send few information. What do we need to send? Now if you take a look over here, title, preload, and duration, they're the must three things they're required. So we are going to send these things. Now, well, this is what we get over here. Now, why do we get this one? Now, as you see over here, it takes a JSON object and then index and then start time. So these are the three things that we are going to send. Now, of course, JSON object itself is all of it, including everything inside. So that's what we send. And as well as we are going to send index and start time, the one that we have already defined. Okay, so these are the three objects that we send to from JSON method. But of course, from JSON, when it gets, it will open up this JSON object and it will use those three fields, which is this three, and assign it to the fields, the one we declared over here. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So from JSON method takes three parameters, and those three parameters are over here, and we are good. All right, so what we are going to do, so each time we loop through, now we can keep track of the index. Definitely the first index is 0, and this is the default value as we assigned to it, as you can see. And of course start time is 0, which means it will start from 0 second from the very first exercise over here. So this would be the very first exercise. So it will start from 0 second. And right after this, once this is over, actually we can calculate for the next one start time. Once again, for this one start time is 0. For this one definitely it's not from 0. So we have to add the previous duration like that. So let's go ahead and see, and then it would make more sense. So when we are already here, actually we are referring to this JSON. First time when we are here, we are referring to this JSON, and then we increase the index, we go over here, and this is the time we need to count the start time for the second one. And how to count them? So here we'll have start time. So what are we going to do? We add the previous start time, whatever the previous one was. So we add that. Now here, do remember, this is an exercise object. So this one over here, and we can get the last one. So get the last one. And then last one will have preload. What is preload? Actually, this is the preload one. Okay, all right. So that one, the preload actually refers to a time, and make sure that this is not null. And then we'll get, once again, exercises dot last, do it like this, last dot duration, and make sure that this is not empty. Now what actually happens over here, so we'll have 10 minutes 10 seconds time, 10 seconds later we start this one. So that's why so what will happen from for the second one, we want to include this one and this one. So altogether 40 seconds later we start the second one, and this is the math. Okay, and for the third one, it would be this 40 seconds plus this 40 seconds. But since we are in a loop, so previous time would be saved over here. First time it is 0, second time it is already 40. So 40 plus whatever we do over here. This is the basic math. Okay, we are done with this, and once we are done, then we can return an object from it. Okay, because factory requires you to return custom constructor, which is actually this one. So this is what we are going to return from here. So over here we'll have workout method, and workout actually constructor, and then we'll have title, and then we'll have JSON, and then inside this we'll have title. Let's convert it to string, as a string, make sure that it is string, and then we'll have exercises and exercises. So end of the loop, we are done, and then we are done with the actual list. This is the main thing, the list that we are working. So we assign it to this variable, the variable that we said required this one. Now as you see one thing over here in this constructor, exercise is first, but when I'm calling, exercise is at the end or later. So this is the one benefit of named optional parameters. These are named because you have to tag a name for each of them, and this name should be same as the name you mentioned over here. Okay, anyway, so with this we are done with the basic from JSON method. Now just like from JSON, we're gonna create another toJSON method. Okay, now toJSON method actually returns a map. We know that, like as we have seen earlier over here. Okay, so it returns a map. So here we do map, and we'll have string, and this type is dynamic, and we'll call it toJSON. Now we do using arrow function over here, and what we are going to return, just this two fields over here, title and exercises. So let's do that. So here we'll have title and exercises. Okay, but I think we need to use it like this. Actually, we need to do like that because we are returning a JSON. Now it is a JSON format, title, and over here we'll have exercises, and would return exercises, and then we are actually good. The error should be resolved. So basically first we would work with this too. To this, actually we'll start to create our actual block or Cubit. Actually, instead of directly using BLoC, we're going to use Cubit. Now Cubit is a subset of BLoC. Now if you don't know what is Cubit, I have other tutorials, but it is a true Cubit and BLoC, they're pretty much same, because for Cubit we are not going to install any package or library. Everything would be coming from BLoC, Flutter BLoC itself. So Cubit resides inside BLoC, but with Cubit life becomes a little bit easier. So the whole tutorial will be focusing on BLoC and Cubit together, not just BLoC. But once again, BLoC is almost the same, Cubit is almost the same as BLoC, so don't get frustrated or confused. Okay, so only one difference with BLoC and Cubit, that BLoC has events but Cubit has methods. So this is the only difference. Everything else stays the same. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead. So here first we'll create a new directory, and the directory name would be actually blocks. Okay, because as I said, Cubit is just like blocks. Now inside this we'll create a new file, and we'll call it workoutscubit.dart. all right, great. Now over here we are going to create a new class, so we'll call it workoutscubit. Extends over here we would do, well, this extend thing actually would do later, step by step, so we don't want to be in a hurry right now. Now this is a class, and inside this we're going to create a method, and we'll call it workouts get workouts. Yeah, I think that would work. All right, now over here actually we are going to load this JSON file, the whole JSON file, and once we done with loading, actually we are going to call this method somehow from JSON, and from JSON, from here we'll call exercise dot from JSON. Okay, so that's how the whole thing should work. So over here we'll load our JSON. Now one thing though, while to load JSON we would use JSON decode, this one over here. Now it takes source, so we do await. Now root bundle dot load string, so we'll load them as a string. Well, I do guess that root bundle await, let's see, maybe we need async modifier. Okay, right, now let's try it one more time. Well, it's not recognizing for some reason. Okay, actually we need this package, so do that. Okay, and now here we do load string, so we'll load everything as a string. And then here if you downloaded the folder, you know that it's in workouts.json file. Okay, we define this one in our pubspec YML file. You should have this assets workout.json. So this is the file that we are referring, the file path, and we are loading it. Now once we do that, so we are going to work it in a variable, so we'll call it final workouts JSON. All right, okay, great. So we're gonna save it in this variable. So once it loads, after decoding JSON, actually we'll be able to go through in a loop. So here once again we'll declare a for loop actually, sorry, and we'll read everything as EL, which means elements, and everything we'll get from this workouts JSON. Okay, all right. Now just like last time we did, actually after loading this JSON, we want to iterate through them. So that's why we cast it as using this iterable object. Iterable, actually this is the class, I guess. So we cast it to iterable so that we would be able to go through it step by step in a for loop. So it's forcing it to go through in a for loop. Great. And right after this, okay, so as we go through it, we need to save it in a variable. So let's go ahead and declare a variable. So here we declare final list, and then here the variable type is workout, and we'll call it workouts, and initial list is empty. Now here let's go ahead and import it. Great. All right, so as we get everything, we would be putting in this one over here. So here workouts, okay, now then we do add. So we'd be adding everything, but before we add, we need to call workout dot from JSON, and then we'll pass this EL, okay, which stands for element. So what will happen over here in this for loop, so it will take actually two of this. So first time it will take everything from here, and then we know that if we take everything from here, it will take two things, title and exercise. And so we call from JSON method, the one that we created, and that's how you get this exercise tag, which I said told you early. Okay, so it'll from here we are calling this from JSON method, and this is the from JSON method. So we put everything in a JSON, and of course at the same time we also send our title. Now this is the title that we send. Okay, but over here we specifically loop through this one, and that's how it works. Anyway, so hopefully it should make sense. Now let's come over here, and we have still a bit of work to go ahead. Now actually over here I called it workouts Cubit. So as I said, Cubit is more like a block, so we want this to be our block. Now inside BLoC we have events, but inside Cubit we have methods. Okay, everything else stays the same. Now once this loading has been done, right after this, actually we want to tell Flutter that okay, we are done with this, and this is where the state management comes, which also means this is where the BLoC comes, or the Cubit comes. Now BLoC and Cubit, they tell Flutter the pretty much same way, actually the same way, that hey, we have a change in our state. And how we do that? Using emit function. Okay, so now we are going to call emit over here. Now emit actually takes state. You need to send state, or the things that has changed or should be changed. Okay, we need to tell Flutter that, oh, this thing has changed, so go ahead and update the UI. Okay, now what do you want to send over here? Actually, we want to send this one. Okay, so we are loading this thing, so everything we save in a list, and then whatever happens to this, for those things manage our state. And we are saying this using this emit function. Now of course we have error over here because our class is actually not a BLoC class or Cubit class. So here we would do extend. Now if we just used BLoC, we would do like this. Okay, but because we are using Cubit, so we are going to use Cubit over here. Now once again, if you just use BLoC, now BLoC takes events and states, right? Event class and state classes. But because we are just using Cubit, as I said, that Cubit doesn't have any idea of events, we can't send this event there, so we have to get rid of that one. Now let's go ahead and import it. All right, now over here we do see that we have to call super constructor over here because we are passing state, or we are saying which state or which class or which variables change, then let our UI know. So so it becomes over here that Cubit has to know those classes or states, and you also have to define the initial state. So that's why over here you need to call super constructor. Now before that, we'll call our own constructor, this one. Of course this is a class, right? But we are not passing anything to it, and the same is going to be true for our super constructor. And for now it's empty list. I mean just empty things, or empty list. Okay, now as this is a list over here, we have to have lists or a list of states. Now over here we could just simply do workout. All right, now of course with this we do get error, as you see. Okay, now okay, sorry, I had this typo. Yeah, we're good now. Now actually, if you come to this class over here, now do you think this class is something that we can keep track of if this title or exercises change? Because the idea is whatever we load, if you take a look, let me show you actually. So yeah, this is what we are going to have over here, and yeah, I mean this is what it would look like actually eventually. Now that you get the idea. So we want to load the data. Everything would be coming here from JSON, as you can see. Okay, and you'd be also able to edit them because here's this edit button, so you'll be able to edit them. Now whatever we load from our JSON, everything is editable. We want to make them editable. That means that our class has to be something that where we can change, and Flutter would know using BLoC or Cubit. Now for this reason over here, this class, because we know that this class is also responsible for getting data from JSON, so this class itself has to be more like a stateful class, which means that whatever we define over here, if those changes, we would be able to know. But of course this is not a stateful class. That's why we are using state management system to make a class a stateful class, right? And so how to do that? So here we do extends, and here we'll extend equitable. Now using equitable, if you have your fields or variables, and if they change, and whether they really change or not, we can detect that. That also means that our class becomes responsive to changes, which also means that it becomes actually stateful kind of stateful because our objects or fields, they change and we can detect them. But of course we get an error because if we are using equatable class to extend, then we need to override some of the things. Okay, now what do you override? You override props. Now what does prop mean? Now here prop means actually properties. Now it's a getter, so Flutter has to know that which objects you think they will change in future, and if they change, I'll let the UI know. So you have to tell the Flutter BLoC, okay, or Flutter Cubit. Once again, they're same thing, the exact thing. If you extend BLoC over here, okay, so they're same thing. All right, now here over here I would do title and exercises. So that means that I'm sorry, exercises. That means that if this two fields changes, now we'll be able to keep track of them, and at the same time our UI would know that, oh, they have changed. Why? Because this class now becomes more dynamic. Things can change over here. And how and why? Because we are doing equatable class over here. So because of this, things changes and we know. Okay, so that's how equatable class works. So with after extending this equatable class, we just our class became more reactive, dynamic. Anyway, so now let's get back over here. So now this Cubit actually takes states. If you see over here, I'm sorry. Yeah. So as you see, it takes a state over here. Now, of course, if you hover over on it, you see that it's coming from actually BLoC package. Okay, so which I was saying again and again that they're the same thing. Now, in this case, if we extend Cubit, so we have to pass the state class, and the class that should be that the data should be changed. So that is the class it takes over here. So this is the class that data should change, and we are sending a lot of those classes in a list over here. So that's why we are wrapping it around a list, and then all this data is ready. So we save them in a variable, in this list variable, and we emit them, and we say that, okay, so if one of those things changes, let us know. And that's what the emit function does. Hopefully it makes sense. Anyway, before we finish over here, we need to do one more thing. So we want to override another method, which is override. This is, I think this is called stringify method. So here bool get and stringify. Well, I'm sorry, it's not a method, it's a property. So we'll set it to true. Okay, so whatever we get from JSON and whatever we do using this props, we want them as a string. So that's what we are saying it. Now at the same time, actually, now we know that this class talks back to exercise class using this from JSON method, right? So over here we also want to make this extend equatable. Okay, otherwise it's not going to work, because only this is becoming a stateful class, but this is not. Okay, now once again we have to override those props over there like we have seen. Now we are one more time going to do this list over here. So here we'll have title, prelude, and duration, and index, and the start time, like that. And the other one that we just had early, so we can just copy this one from here, and then would come over here. Yeah, okay, and it should work. Anyway, so yeah, with this we are done with creating our first Cubit actually. So this is our first Cubit that we created. So the basic difference between BLoC and Cubit is that BLoC takes event class and stateful class, but Cubit just takes the stateful class. And the way it works over here, you work using methods, because you know that if you worked with BLoC before, you'll have an I think callback function which goes with on, and then you call your events here, whatever the name you give, and then inside this you do the exact same thing. If I were going to do it, that would be like this. So the only difference is here, instead of this events, we just gonna make it method, and which is more beginners friendly for a lot of people. That's what I personally find. Anyway, so now with this we are done with this changing. Now okay, so far everything has been very theoretical, so we want to be able to actually really load and show them on our UI. So this is where the UI starts. So here we'll have void main method, and then inside this we'll have our the run app class actually. So we'll call run app. Now inside this actually we are going to create an class. Now the class name would be work out time, just like that. So this is this would be a stateless class we're going to create, and I think run app still doesn't recognize this, but it doesn't matter. So here we're going to create a class, and would do st stateless class, and we'll call it workout like this. And do we need to import Cupertino package? Yes, we are good to go. Now great. Now this is the build method. So inside build method, we don't want to return a container, we want to return material app over here, this one, and do like this. And material app should take title. Over here we would say workout my workouts, like that. You can name it anything actually you want. And then we want to do some basic settings over here with the theme and the theme data. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll have theme data. Now inside this primary swatch, we'll use colors.blue, and then text theme, this one. For this one we'll use const text theme. So we'll define our text, how they should look like, and we would go ahead body text to text style. Now inside this we'll have color. Now since this is not a UI class, so I'm not going to talk a lot about it. I'd stick to BLoC as much as possible, and I think that would be fair, because I've created a lot of UI other lessons, so just go ahead and watch them, you'll have better idea. And actually I also publish one tutorial every day about UI a lot of times, so that should also help you. Now let's see what's happening over here. And right after this actually, so this is the theme data, and right after this we could do home. And now this is where also things get very interesting. Now this is where actually we are trying to inject our BLoC, or injecting Cubit. Now BLoC and injecting BLoC and Cubit, they're the same thing. So how to inject a BLoC or Cubit? So for this one we're gonna use a BlocProvider, something called BlocProvider. So if you're coming from GetX or provider, actually, now provider actually injects provider using just provider, but with BLoC we are going to use BlocProvider to inject our BLoC or Cubit. Now what do you want to inject actually? So this is the Cubit that we created, so we want to inject over here at the very root of your app, so that other children or widgets, they have access to it. Anyway, so first we'll start with BlocProvider, then slowly we'll go ahead to MultiBlocProvider. For now BlocProvider will do the trick. Now inside this we need to create this we need to pass the actual BLoC that we have right now. Now this takes a context, so we'll pass build context and context. So whatever the context the app itself has, we're gonna pass that one. Now we can return like this, and let's see what's happening. Okay, well, now it is saying that we also need to actually define the type over here. Right now BlocProvider detects that it's null because we are not saying what kind of block we are injecting, the block that we created or the qubit. Now we have created one qubit that's called workouts qubit, right? So that's the one that we are workouts qubit. We're going to inject. Once again, if your class was just pure block, you do the same thing over here. Now this is getting very interesting, and right after this actually we want to check if our app has a state or not, because now we saw that this one over here actually has extended our state class right now. So as we call this one, we can check if we have any state or not. And how do you actually state? How do you actually check over here? Now pretty much first time we init our state over here, you see we'll have actually empty state, because every BLoC app or Cubit app has to have initial state. In our case, our state is empty, so we want to check that one. And if our state is empty, then we'll call this method, because you have to find a way to call a method that you created. In BLoC you'd call an event, in Cubit you'll call the method. Okay, now we'll detect this one, and after that we'll call this method, and as we call this method it'll load stuff for us, and boom, here we go. After that we emit a state, we say that hey, our JSON has been loaded. Great, and do something with that. So that's what we want to do. So I hope you understand the logic. Now over here, let's go ahead and check it. Now first we would go ahead and create workout qubits, this one, and then we'll create an object from it, workouts qubit, and then actually we'll assign a value to it. And how do you do that? Using calling this one. Now this class, we have seen that the constructor is empty, which means it doesn't take anything, and that's exactly the same thing we did. We are not passing anything in the constructor. All right, so now this value, now this class can access to the state, this object, the instance of this class can access the state, and over here we can actually check it. So here we do workouts.qubits, and then we'll have a state object, and then we'll check it is empty or not. So if it is empty, then let's do something. Now you may wonder, where is this coming from, right? You may wonder. Now do remember that our class over here, this one Cubit, extends this stateful class, and this stateful class over here, how it becomes, because we have this equitable. Okay, now of course at the same time it's actually extending Cubit as well. Now Cubit is taking our class type, so since it is extending Cubit and it is it takes equitable class, so that means it has a state that we can go ahead and use. Hopefully it makes sense, and this is that state object. Now over here, if our state is empty, so here we could do workouts.qubit and call the method. Beautiful. Okay, and if you're using BLoC directly, then you'd trigger the event over here. Once again, I gave you an example over here. So on test event, like that, and then you will have this section inside over here, and it will call that one. So if you're using BLoC, then you'd be calling that event over here. Great. All right, now right after this, actually it wants you to return something, return a block that you created. So this is the block that we just created, and we're gonna return it, and the error should be gone. All right, beautiful. Now that's first part of the puzzle over here, the provider. Now if you see provider, it also takes a child. Of course the child is optional. Now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a child for us. So let's go ahead and do that. Now this is the time, actually we could also do another thing. We can check if we really become reactive or not, or if we can reach this section of this code. Okay, I think we have a typo before we fix this one. So this is the place that actually we need to fix. That should be EX because we are sending each of the element over here, not the JSON, the whole JSON itself. Otherwise, we'll get an error. So anyway, now let's come over here and we try to run our app and we'll see what goes on. Now this is my other emulator, and that emulator or simulator is actually this one. So let's take a look. Now we do have a bit of error over here. So it's asking me to go ahead and install pod, and let me do that. So over here I'll go to cd.flutter BLoC and here we do app and complete. So here I would go to cd.ios and then I would run the command that is asking pod install, and we'll see how things go. All right, well, we don't have any error though right now, so I'm gonna run it one more time. This is a weird issue though, because actually today I've just upgraded my Mac OS. Most probably that's the one causing or caused this issue, I would say. Previously I didn't encounter this one. Hopefully it would get resolved. Okay, great. And looks like we don't have any error. Now we could do one thing right now. Check over here. Now print loading JSON since the state is empty. All right, that's one thing. And here we could also print like this, print the state is not empty, and then we can actually pin down to this method over here, not this one. I think if we can just go in the loop and print our stuff, then we'll say how it goes. All right, so that's what we want to do. So if we can access up to here, that means everything worked pretty well so far. Okay, now this section is still not working, and there should be a reason that why it's not working, because actually we don't have any UI section. We injected the block, but we are not using. So most probably this is the reason that why it is showing us black screen. And this is from experience though, but it doesn't really matter. So right after home over here, we could do a child. Starting, we get things like this, and it says that we have to have a provider which should have a child. Actually, of course, we are not using MultiBlocProvider, we're just using provider, it doesn't matter. But it wants we to have a child. Now inside this, definitely we can use a child, and we know that we should be having a child over here. Now let's go ahead and define a child, and we'll see how it goes. So we will have a child, and now over here child should take a widget, right? Now block builder is a widget, so here we are using block builder, and right after this actually we could do return like this. Now as it takes widget, actually what it does, it takes the like the block type and the state type. So what do we have over here? Workouts Cubit. So that's our Cubit type, and for that we also have a list of objects. Those are stateful, so those are workout, right? All right, and I guess we don't need this, sorry. Now inside this let's see, what do we have to import it? Okay, now inside this we can actually have builder. We know that we'll have builder. So, and the typo here, sorry about that. Okay, now we'll have builder. Now for builder itself, we can pass a context to it. So whatever the context block or Cubit gives us, we take that one, and then here we do have a child. Now for child, we have to return a widget because block builder is a widget as well, and it should return a widget. So now what we'll do, we'll just simply do hi there. Okay, and to be able to work better with this, we'll wrap it around center widget and add a const modifier. Okay, so far we are done with this. Now one thing I was doing over here, actually that's wrong in a sense that I just forgot that it could be like this, right? Okay, now in that case it should work. But now here's another thing that we also need to know, because we are trying to load things, so we should wait. Now let's go ahead and run it and we'll see how it goes. And we do see that everything has loaded, and this is what we were expecting. Okay, all right. And first we say that our state is empty, which is over here, so our JSON is empty, right? So we loaded this one, and then we see that inside this, from here we can actually go to up to here where we load our files, and we see that now it was reading the files accordingly. Yeah, right. So first JSON section, we do have a lot of workout small files. The last one we do have like 7 sections. If you go ahead and check it, the last one we do have 7 sections, and we can verify that 1 2 3 4 5 6 and the 7 last one. So it means that we are able to load the data, and it works beautiful. So actually you have just loaded data using BLoC. This is the first thing we learned, that how to load data using blocks, and that's a big milestone for you. I think it should be as well. Okay, great. Now of course we just loaded this data, and this is not what we want to show on the screen. Definitely we want to show the data on the screen, not this one. Now for this one, what are we gonna do? We're gonna create a new file, new folder over here, and we'll call it screens, and inside this we're gonna create a file, and we'll call it homepage.dart. Over here definitely we are going to create a stateless class. Since we are going to use BLoC would help us to maintain the state, so we don't need any of this. So let's import all of this. Now inside this, first we could go ahead with something called scaffold, right? Yes, definitely we can do that. Okay, scaffold. Now it will have app bars, so we'll have simple app bars for now. So we'll have title, and I'm sorry, so actually app bar, and inside this we'll have title, and right inside this we'll have text, and here would say workout time, because we want to show the workout time over here. So the title is workout, and then we'll have actions. Now inside this actions we'll have icon button. All right, so we'll have onPressed event, and for now we are not passing anything. And over here as icon, I think we could do, so here we'll have icon, and then we do icons.event available, things like that. I think we could go and do, let's see, I think we need to import some dependencies for this. Okay, we're good actually. So it was recognizing late. So here we do events. Let's see if our icon shows up or not. And Flutter is being very slow in this case. I mean Android Studio, not really Flutter. So I think we have available this one. And right after this, we are going to add const modifier, and we should be good to go. And then we want to use another icon button. Now in this case, actually, we can just copy this over here. So yeah, just like this. Now this one we would do dot settings. Yes, I think we do have like that. Yes, great. Now this is the page that actually want to load from here, so just go ahead and call home page. Yes, great. And we need to import that. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it, and that's what we see for now. But there are a lot of other things that we need to change, and which we'll be doing, but this is the basic UI looking. That's already there, and that's a good news. Now right after this, inside this home page, actually want to go to the body section. Okay, so let's go ahead and in the body section. Now in the body section actually would be loading and actually showing our data. Not really loading, would be showing our data. Now the first thing, we want our page to be scrollable, so I'll wrap everything around single child scroll view, and actually I have a few tutorials about that one, you can go ahead and check out. Now this is where actually we want to one more time find our blocks from here actually. So here we do block builder. Now this one, now as I said that we want to do things, so what do we want to do? Now over here, works out, say workouts Cubit, this one. And this is important, why I'm going to say it. Now it may look like that we are doubling the work because we already have one, but now as we are at the very beginning of our app actually, so soon we're gonna replace these things with different event and Cubit and stateful class. And actually we are also gonna change this BlocProvider to MultiBlocProvider. So there are a lot of changes coming, actually a whole lot of changes. So just bear with me, stick to me, and it'll make more sense. So anyway, so here we'll have workout, and just like this, and after that we'll have builder. Now inside the builder we'll pass context, and we'll take the states as workout. So it doesn't matter, you can do anything with that you want. As a context you can name it anything. Anyway, so now over here we are going to introduce something called expansion panel list.radio. So let's go ahead and do that, expansion panel list.radio. Now with expansion panel, the thing is that so you will have a lot of panels over here, and a lot of the panels could get open, but expansion panel list.radio, you just have one panel open, other panels get closed. You can click on actually anywhere, but others would get closed. All right, as we work more, and I'll explain more of this thing later down the road as in the UI section, and this is UI section, but yeah, I'll explain more as we work on this. So now it takes expansion panel list.radio takes children over here. Now our children would be coming from here, so this state, and the state contains all of our information like the JSON data information, so we'll be able to access them because we already loaded them. Right after loading, I think we have over here emitted them, so they're available throughout our app. As you emitted everything, this workout, so we'll be able to access them. Now let's come over here. So yeah, now this is actually a list now, right? Because if you see over here, this one, so that was a list, right? Now that's why, this is the reason we are putting it in the children, because children always takes a list. So it takes a children. Now children have this property which is called map. Now because of this map we can access the other underlying property, but at the same time, first over here we'll use one more time this expansion panel radio, but earlier we used expansion panel list, and this time we'll use expansion panel radio, this one, sorry, the first one. It does take a few properties, so we need to match them. Now why are we doing like this? The reason is because we want to show something like this. Actually, it starts like this. You can also view on them, and of course it gets more interesting. Actually, you can edit them as well if you want. Okay, so we'll be able to edit them. A lot of things, actually, a lot of interesting things. Anyway, now first we do see that we have an error, because the reason is because we have this map function. Previously it was a list. Once you use map, it's not a map anymore. It becomes it's not a list anymore, it becomes a map. But if it's a map, we can't loop through it, so we need to convert it to a list again. So here we'll call toList function, and with this our error should be gone. And yeah, and what else we have, let's see. Okay, over here, yeah, so these are the things that we need to change. Now for value itself, we need to assign e, so whatever is here we need to assign it as a value. Okay, great. And now head builder, inside this head builder, actually it would be a function with the parameters. So the first one is build context, so we'll pass context to it, and then it takes another boolean, and for now we'll call it is expanded. Right after this, actually we have to assign a function to it, or the function body actually. So now inside this we'll use a list tile to do that. Okay, well, looks like we still do have problems. We'll see. I think hopefully it would get solved very soon. Now here for now we'll return empty container. Okay, now let's go ahead and solve the problem. So this is what we have over here, expansion list. Okay, now let's remove this const. Is this not const anymore? Yeah, the error is gone. Now also we need to work on the body. Now for body, we're going to return empty container. But now here we don't want to return a container, just well, here we do, well, since we have this list tile over here. Now inside this list tile, well, there are some properties we can set. The first one is visual density, and here it would be constant, and here we do visual density. Now here we have horizontal and vertical axis that we need to set. So vertical, horizontal 0. Let's see if we get vertical or not. Yes, we got. And visual density over here dot maximum. Now what it does with this, actually you can make your UI look uniform across all the UI. So that's why we need to work on this visual density thing. I mean, all the devices, different devices, they're different way of arranging and putting things, but with this it would be uniform across all the devices. And right after this, here we can use actually leading. Now for leading, we'd use icon button over here. Now we do have on pressed event, and for now we'll not return anything, so on pressed event would be just a null. And inside this icon we can use icons dot added button, so we want to be able to edit things. All right, and here the error is gone. What else we could set up? And I think list tile also have this title property. So one set up visual density, leading, and the other one is a title. So here we do title. Now with this title, actually here we would wrap it around text widget. Now as you see that we have this E, so E refers to each item from the list. Now here we can access them. So here we do E dot title. And what else we have? Let's see. Are we doing const? Yes, so that's why. And inside this, okay, so we need to make sure that it is not empty. Okay, just like this. And where else we can set up const? And here as well, I guess. Okay. Now we'll launch a different simulator for this and we'll see how it goes. Now with this, actually we should be able to see something, and let's open it up and we see if we have compiling error or not. And if things work, so this would be that we not only just loaded the data from JSON file using Cubit or BLoC, we are also able to show them using BLoC or Cubit. Okay, so this is the one that we launched over here, iPhone 13. Okay, so yeah, now with this, let's see, yeah, it's actually loading. Now we do see that this loaded item coming from our JSON file. Like in our JSON file, we have two big JSON section, and which we have seen earlier, which is the first title, which is this one. And if we go down, and we'll see there should be the other one over here, this one. Great, so everything is working. Now what is the next step? Next, of course we can't really edit them because we didn't work on this on press button. So what else we need to do? Right now we can work on this body section over here, because as we can load them, now we need to show each of them. So now we'll access inside each of them and then show the title for each of the map. Okay, how to do that? Now actually the approach should be pretty much the same. Now since we'd be returning a lot of these titles over here, so in this case we can use a list view builder. I'm gonna put it like this, and now inside this we'll have list view dot builder. Okay, now first let's work on the item count. So we'll have item count. Now for item count, first we'll take this E. So here we do E dot. Now it has this list which is named exercises, and then we'll get the length from it. So here's the length. Great. Now if you don't know what is that, like so over here, as you can see, we have this two JSON section, and each of them has exercise tag, and exercise tag has a list of maps once again inside this. So we get this exercise and we get the length. So of course now the first one most probably will have 12 items, and the second one will have 7 items. It will loop through it. Okay, now for item builder over here, we can just simply pass build context, and then int index. Now right over here, let's return. And as we return, this time actually, once again, I think we could also return list tile. So they should look pretty much the same. And after this, over here, we'll have on top event. Now on top event, we pass null, we're not passing anything. And we'll also have visual density. Now I guess actually we can copy this whole section from there, and then we just need to add it. Okay, all right. Now the thing we need to change over here is this one. We don't want to access over here e.title, and we want to access this like this, e.index. Now inside each index, e dot exercises, and then index, and then title. Now I know this name E is confusing, so let me change it to workout. Each of them is referred as workout, and we should look good after this. And we need to change them. So because each of them workout refers to the big one. Okay, all right. Okay, great. Now with this we are almost done with this list view builder. Now I guess what we could do, we can run our app one more time, and hopefully we'll get a better result this time. So as we click on this, well, nothing happened yet. Let's see if we have any error. Yes, looks like we do have error over here, and didn't save. Okay, home 23, we have a bit of issue here. Okay, it could be though that because it's trying to refer to render box was not laid out. But what I think personally, most probably, well, from the experience, that this is something, let me set it to true. and we'll see how it goes this time. Okay, so far looks good. Yes, great, wonderful. So yeah, this is the first time where we were able to load things successfully using Okay, so well, of course we need to add more information over here, like the one we have seen, the time. So next we'll work on this time and show time. And what else we could do next? Let's see. Right after each of them, we also need to show this time as well, when it starts, when it finishes, like that. All right, right after this, actually, we want to go ahead and show this one, this time over here, and it means over here, actually. Now for this one, we'll come to our workout class over here. Now inside this, we are going to create a new method over here. And there would be an int type method, and here we do get total. Now this is what we'll have, and right after this, we'll have a return statement. Return will return something. All right, for now we return 1. Actually, what do we want to do over here? Well, we want to return the total time this workout has. Now what is this total time? If we see this particular workouts.json, so here we have time, prelude, and duration. So all these preludes and duration together is the total time. So we need to show them over here, but of course in minutes, like the right time format. So adding all of this. So over here we have 2 workouts. So this is the first one, and this is the second one, right? So these are the title of the workouts. So each of them have their own time, and we have to add all of them together and show over here, one for this one for that one. Yes. So how we do that? Now you see that we have this list over here. Well, I mean, this is the list and this is the variable. So it contains all of this information in this list. So that's why we create the method here, because we can access the list, because this is like more like a global variable right now. So the whole class can access it anywhere. So now we'll come over here. So we do exercises dot fold method. So here list has a fold method. Well, not for each, actually fold method. All right. Now over here it takes an initial value, and then it takes a previous value. We'd call it prev. And over here we'll have our exercise, which refers to this one, actually. And how to work with this? Now inside this over here we'll return this arrow function, this arrow over here, and we do prev plus x dot duration. We'll make sure it's not empty, and then x dot we could do preload. And then right after this we're just gonna simply return it. And then we'll have like this, and we can have int time. Okay, and over here actually we return the time. Well, now I know a lot of you that what the heck is this, what's happening over here. Now we have access to the whole list, and it's more like a for each loop once again, and each time it loops through it, this one refers to one of the items. So first time it would refers to the very first item in the list. Like for example, if it goes through this one, so first time it would refers to this section, second time it would refer to this section. Now of course in each section we can access the preload and duration from this ex. Okay, so we add them together and save it to this variable, but this variable actually contains the previous value. So when it runs in next loop, so it gets the previous value plus for the next one. So what I mean by that, so first time definitely previous 0. Why? Because initial value is 0. So this value refers to this one, and initial value is 0. All right. And if you see over here, like for this workout, so preload 5 and duration 180, so that would be 185. So here 80, 180 and 185 together will have 185, and that value would be saved in this, actually, which is same as this one. So now this is 185, and for the next one it will add 100 because these two together is 100. So we'll have 185 plus 100 because duration is 10, so duration is 90, preload is a 10, so together. So it will continue in a loop like this, and then it will return from here. Okay, so return as a time. So that's how we get a time for a certain exercise. Once again, certain exercise means from here, this is the exercise name. So over here we're gonna have, in this list we have two big list items, so we look through them and we find each of them and get the total time. So hopefully it makes sense. All right, so whatever this returns, this will return as a second to us. But of course, if you add up these seconds, that's a lot of seconds over here. So we need to convert our seconds. Now to be able to do that, first we'd come inside this lib library, lib folder, and create a new file, and we'll call it helpers.dart. Now inside this helpers class, we'll create some functions. Okay, now the first one would return us a string type, and we'll call it format time. Now we want to send seconds to it, as well as a boolean, so that we have better control on the time, and we'll call it pad. And of course after this we have to return something. I would return time as a string. So how are we going to check it? So this would be a boolean, so it would give us a better control. So yes, we'll return, but how do you return? So first we'll check the pad. What is this pad value? Well, now it would help us to control whether we are going to convert the certain seconds into minutes or not. Okay, so that would help us. But anyway, let me go through it first, then it would make sense to you. So if the pad is 0, sorry, if the pad is true, actually if the value is true, then we do something over here. Otherwise, which is this one, we do something different over here. Now what is this? So first thing, well, I'll just, I think, go ahead with like this X, and that's it. Okay, now with this at least the error is gone. So we need to check on this one. If pad is true, we'll return this, otherwise we'll return this. Now actually, what do you want to put over here? Now here, well, I'm going to use interpolation, and then now the seconds you see, well, whatever it sends over here, first we'll divide it by 60. So let's do that. Now if we divide a time by 60, say for example we send 70 seconds, and say we send 70 seconds and we divide it by 60, then the end result over here will get 1, right? So that means 1 second. So whatever is this, we get that one, and we'll also use the floor function to confirm that we get whatever we need, the closest one. Okay, I mean, maybe it is just 61, then maybe we'll just want to get, or 59.9, like that. So then in that case we'll get 1 second. Okay, you get the idea. So this is the floor function that would help us to do it. All right, so that's part of it. But now it has, you see, it's 70 divided by 60, the result is 1, but it has a modulus of 10, so that is the extra 10 seconds. So if we convert this 70 to minute, then it would be 1:10. That means 1 minute 10 seconds, right? So with this over here, we get the first minute. Hopefully it makes sense. Now we'll work on the remaining seconds. Of course, we need to do the math for that once again. So over here, we do seconds. Now remaining seconds you can only get using this modulus operator. All right, so hopefully it makes sense. So now if you do have modulus over here, so we'll get 10 because 70 divided by 60, the modulus, which means a reminder, the remaining section is 10 seconds. Hopefully it makes sense. This is the basic math, the math that used in a lot of programming aspects. But anyway, let's go ahead. Then we'd use pad left because we want to show 0 0 or things like that, and or 2 digits actually. So 0 0, not really 0 0, we want to have 2 digits, and which would help us with this pad left function, and here we'll have 0, and that's it. Yeah, so that's if pad is true. Okay, there's one way to go. All right, and if pad is not true, so I set it false. If bool pad is false, then what to do? Well, in fact, then I could do one more check over here. Seconds is greater than 59 or not. Okay, so based on this, actually we're gonna do something. Well, in that case, somehow if I set it to false, actually I still need to do this calculation. Okay, so that's why I'm checking using if seconds greater than 59 or not. If it is greater than 59, then we'll do something, otherwise we do X. All right, so what do we put over here? Actually we can put the exact same thing. What do we copy it? So we'll put it over here, and why we have this pad we'll actually understand later more as we keep going in this tutorial. All right, now if the second is not greater than 59, which means it's less than 69, so whatever the second was there, whatever the seconds was there, we convert it to string and simply we return. So we use semicolon. So the idea is if pad is true, we do this calculation and return. If pad is false, well, we still do that. Okay, but before that we just check if it is greater than 50 or 59 or not. Otherwise we just convert it to string and we return. All right, so this is the time format. I think I have a type over here. This is the time format that we worked, and this helper class will put a lot of things later as we work together. All right, so with this we are done. Now if we're going to come over here after doing this, so we can make some changes to our UI. Now first we'll come up over here. Now we do see that we have leading, but we know that in list tile we also have a trailing. Okay, so we can just go ahead and do trailing. Why? Because we want to show the time actually over here, so that should be trailing, right? So now this is the trailing section. Once again we'll have text, and then we can say format time, the function that we created, then we send the seconds. Now how to get the seconds? Remember, in a workout class we just created a method, get total. So that method would get us the total time, and we send it to this time format function, and here we set it to true. And with this, if I save it now, hopefully we should see some changes. Beautiful. Now this time is correct, 15 minutes, because actually I've already counted them. So here, if you add up all the seconds together, this one adds up as 15 minutes. The first one adds up as 8 seconds. Sorry, 8 minutes. Okay, so yeah, this is correct. I have done it many times, so I know it. Now yes, that's the first part. Now we know that we open up. So how about this one? We also need to show the time over here. But I think we do have a little bit variation. Oh, actually we have a lot more variation. Like we also need to work on these icons, and we do that. So the first thing, definitely we don't want to see these things. We just want to see the preload and duration. So let's work on them together. Now this is the body section over here. Now the body section has this icons, which over here we see that we don't have. So actually I think we put the wrong widget over here. Actually we don't need this one. We can just simply go ahead and do text over here. Now we can access this workout over here, right? So we'll take that workout object, and then at the same time we can access exercise object, the list actually, and then we can inside go ahead and access the index, and then would access preload over here. That's it. All right, now of course we want to actually this is the time, right? That time we want to get. Now preload is a second anyway, so what do we do? We'll just send it to format time, this one, and inside this we'll send a preload, and at the same time over here we can set it to, I think, true, and then we should be good to go. And we do look like we have a bit of issues over here. In type cannot. Now we do have error like this because remember when we declared this one we said this could be optional, but in this case we know that this is not optional. So one thing we could do either right now we can go ahead and change it like this, okay, where it says that yeah, I'm sure that it's not null, because optional means that it could be null. Okay, now let's save it and we'll see that we have changes. Now just like this, actually we can also work on the trailing section. All right, yeah, so let's go ahead and do the text over here. Okay, and then format time. Now the seconds, once again, workout dot exercises, and then we'll have index, and then here we'll have duration, and pad is true. All right, okay, great. Now let's save it one more time, and here we see that we have this a time over here. All right, so there are other UI issues that we need to work, and actually I'll touch on that a little later, but let's see. Yes, now we do see that whatever we have we can access them over here, right? That's actually beautiful. And now what is the next thing you want to do? You want to go ahead and click on this, actually be able to edit. Click on this, actually it should open up everything in an editing format. Now if you take a closer look, it would be like this. If you click on this, actually it would take you to a new page. So this is exactly a new page, but this page actually stays here. But if you click on this, it takes you a new page. If you click on this, you stay in the same page. You get the idea, right? So we want to click on this and go to a new page and be editable like that. So a lot of fancy things, actually we can edit it here, as you can see. All right, so we need to work on that one. Now this is where things get more interesting. Now we want to click on this and actually load all the data from our Cubit, not from the JSON, and go to a new page. How to do that? Well, first we need to create blocks for this. Now we already have block over here, and we're going to create a new block right now, and we'll call it workout. Okay, workout.dart. You do remember it's different than workouts. Okay, and I think I would rename it so that we are aligned. That what do we do? Maybe like this, workout Cubit .dart. All right, so I want it workouts. That is workout. So here is the individual one. So anyway, here we'll create a class and we'll call it workout Cubit, and it extends Cubit over here. Now we know that Cubit should take actually a state class, a class that holds the states or the class that would be actually responsible for holding the data that should be changed, but we don't have that class, but we'll create one. For now we'll call it workout state, and soon we'll create this class. We don't have this class yet, so over here I'm going to create a new folder. So over here I'm going to create a new folder and we'll call it states, and then over here I'm going to create a new file and we'll call it workout states.dart. Now inside this we're going to have abstract method, abstract class actually, and we'll call it workout state extends equitable. Now inside this class is abstract. We are not going to use it directly, but the subclasses would use it. So over here we'll have workout class, workout, so the class that actually we created early, that class. So in our constructor we have to pass this object, otherwise we'll get error. But anyway, hold on there. So here we'll use another variable and we'll create it int, and we'll call it elapsed, as the number of time that has been passed, and it would make more sense as we work through it. I'm just defining there. Now here workout state, so this is the constructor, and then this is workout and this dot elapsed. Okay, now the error should be gone. Now this is called positional parameters, so the position has to be the correct when we call this constructor from other class. If the position is mismatched, you'll get error. Now let's create a new class based on our abstract class. So this is the class that we are not going to call from our UI, so that's why we'll go ahead and create a new class based on this one, and that is the class that we would call from our UI, and we'll call it workout initial extends workout state class, the one that we created. And then we'll have a constructor over here, workout initial, and then super. Okay, now first one is an object, second one is an int, so we can do like this. Now here, because we are extending this class, actually now this class has methods that we need to override, which is called, actually not a method, which is called getter, so props. Now this getter actually is coming from because we are using equitable, as I said earlier. Now for the first part in this section, in initial state, we are actually not going to pass anything. So initial state just tells the UI that, hey, I've done one thing, just to let you know that I have done something. But to whom I have done, I don't know, because it's empty, but I've just done something. So this is the idea. Okay, yeah, so this has been done. And then actually we want to create another class, and we'll call it workout editing, and it extends workout state, this one. So this is another class based on this workout state. Now once again, because we are extending this class, so we actually have to go like this. Now let's go ahead and do that, but instead of workout editing, here we'll have, instead of workout initial, we'll have workout editing. Now of course, let's see, workout editing extends, yeah, we also need to override this one, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, now here in this class actually we want to declare some variables, so int index, and then we'll do final int ex index. Okay, for now actually we don't need this, otherwise it could be confusing. We'll just remove that. So here we'll have this workout, and then we'll have index, this too. Now what's happening over here in this case? So this one actually extends this workout state. Now the workout state has this object which we can access from here and actually initialize it, assign value to it. So here we do workout, this one, and then the object name is workout, and then this dot index, the one that we have created, and yeah, for now this 2. And this one is super null, which refers to this constructor overriding. So we need to override the abstract class constructor. Now we don't really bother to pass anything to it, so we are not passing anything to it. But I think this would create us problems, so in fact we should actually. First I thought I should not, but let's do it. So now this matches soon, because over here when we call this class, actually this workout object, I think we need to change everywhere. So we need to pass it down to the main class or the main abstract class, and that abstract class is actually equatable, so which means that it would help us to know if this object has changed or not. Now once again, how I can access this one, because this class extends this class, so the properties we have we can access over here in the same constructor. And this one we just have declared, so definitely we can access that. And time elapsed for now is 0, and we are happy with that. In future, if necessary, we'll change it. All right, now what are the properties that we should be careful and we should be able to handle and change? The workout and index, this one. Now what I mean by that very soon would be clear. I know this time it's a lot of theory, but just to give me five minutes and we should be good to go. Now with this we are done with creating basic states and a new Cubit class, and all we need to do, go ahead and import the libraries, and I think our error should be gone. Let's see, and we do have a bit of error. Okay, yeah, it's asking us to call the super constructor. So before we call the super constructor, we have to call our own constructor. So this is the constructor, and then we call super. Okay, now this class is extending this workout class, right? Workout state class somehow. So now this class has, if you go and see, this class has this one of the states or another class actually. So we can call that class, which is workout initial. So we'll go ahead and call this class as super constructor is this one. So we'll call that one. All right, and we should be good to go. It's want us to have this. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, okay, now if you're going to once again do this using just directly right here BLoC, in that case you have to extend some events, or not extend actually, tell the event type, which means that would be event class and the state we have. But since we are not using events, we are sticking to Cubit. That also means we are just sticking to methods. That also means that it will create a lot of methods over here. So once again, over here we extended Cubit, and Cubit should always take a class that has state. That also means that class that should be responsible for changing data, and so that the UI, the Cubit would know and let the UI know that we have changes. Anyway, now let's go ahead and move over here. Now inside this over here, actually we want to create a method, and we'll call it edit exercise or edit workout. I think that's better. Edit workout. Over here we'll send workout object from the UI. Workout. Well, I know that it could be a little bit confusing still, but once we are done with everything it would make more sense. So just wait, bear with me, and we need to import the class, I guess, over here. All right, so now over here, because this is a method, as I said, that Cubit works with method instead of events. So as we call the method, actually we can emit a state over here. So what are we going to emit? Like this. So here we do emit, and inside this we are going to return well, trigger a state, which means that our UI would know there has been changes. Okay, so what's the state? Actually, we have created the state workout editing. This is the state that actually we just created, and remember, it takes states over here. Now we're gonna pass this one, the one that actually would be passing from UI, so the same workout object and the index, and we should be good to go. Now we'll just simply return it. Yeah, just return, or well, if this is a class, and sorry, if this is a method, and from the method you want to emit an event, and emit a state, then you have to return like this and you are good to go. But if you don't want to return like this, you can also do it like this. Yeah, with this arrow sign, and this is the same. All right, and it may look a little bit cleaner, but the idea is same. So what's happening here, from our UI, we'll send this workout object, and as we send it, we'll send it directly to our states over here. And so as you see that we can also use this workout object over here, because we told our parent class that we're going to have one workout object. So since we call this one in the constructor, we can receive it, and as well as the index. Okay, yeah, and we are saying that, okay, these two objects should be stateful. It means that if we change their state or condition, let the UI know. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, yeah, so with this we're almost done. Now we need to come back to our main.dart class, and over here, so far we are using just a single provider, BlocProvider. But now this is the time that we go ahead and use MultiBlocProvider, because now we have a new BlocProvider. So we're gonna use them together, and it's just gonna get more excited. All right, so now here we'll convert our app from a single provider, single block provider, to multi-block provider. Now we do have already two blocks, so we're gonna use them over here. And let me comment this out first so that we know what we are doing and make sure that we don't have any errors. Now for this home section over here, we'll start creating multi-block provider. So here we'll do multi-block provider, this one, and like this, I'll have brackets. And after that, because we have a lot of blocks over here, block provider, now it takes a provider properties, which is a list of providers, and beautiful. And you see that we still have an error, and because it wants a child, just like this one. When you have just single block provider, you need a child, and multi-block provider, you also need a child one more time, because it needs an entry point. Okay, so this is our child. Now here we see that we had a provider earlier, so first thing we could do, we could go ahead and copy that. So here was our provider, and let me copy all of this from here, and then I'll put it inside. Now definitely the child we are not going to put inside, so I'm gonna cut this. We don't need this now. And over here, let's make it look beautiful. We are more organized. So that is our first provider that we are injecting over here. Now, what about the other provider? So this is the provider that or actually this is the Cubit that we created, right? Or this is the block that we created. Now we are going to inject it over here. Now for this one, we'll just do it manually. So we do BlocProvider. And now once again over here, we need to say the type of the block. Now what is the type of our block? That is workout Cubit. So I think this is the type of our block. Okay, now even though we are using Cubit, but injecting the blocks same as injecting the qubits are same as injecting the block. So you have to mention the type of your block or qubit like this. Great. And right after that, it wants us to return an instance of the block. Now over here we have this create property now, which takes build. Actually, we need to pass a function to it, and the function takes build context, and we can create a variable out of that, and we call it context. And right after this, so we're gonna have this workout Cubit class, okay, or which is our Cubit. All right, so with this, now we have two block providers, as you can see, or two Cubit providers. And now we need to inject our child. We need to say from where to start, but this time we are going to go ahead once again using block builder. Now inside this block builder, we need to say what type of block and or Cubit. So this time we are going to go ahead with workout Cubit, and this workout Cubit has a related state class. And what was it? So that was workout state. Okay, now if you don't know which state is this, actually this is the state that we created over here. This is the one that we created, and this created state actually has to do with this Cubit class or block class. Now they're together, and inside this block builder we are trying to say that, hey, you need to use them together. Now of course we have an error. Now we need to push this, have this builder property, otherwise we'll have error. Now it takes context as well as state. Now state would refer to the properties of this class over here, so that's why you write it state, but actually you can write it anything pretty much. Now simply, now since we are having the access to this state, we can do a lot of things. So inside this we could say state equal, or state is workout initial. So workout initial, this is a state we actually emit as our class Cubit or block gets initialized first time. All right, looks like we still have an error. Workout states, let us check the name of it. Okay, so that was it actually. It's over here. Right, so now we are going to have a conditional check, but now of course since we are using block builder, now this time we need to return a widget. So if it is initial state, actually we want to return our home page. Okay, all right, and then we'll check if it is, if else if state is, here we'd say workout editing, and right after this we'll return, well, we don't have the UI yet for this or the class, so we'll just return simply this container. Now this state, where it is and how to trigger this, actually we'll see it very soon, but it looks like here we have an error because it wants you to have a default class that should be returned if you don't meet the condition. So here we just say container again, and we have to have dedicated classes or widget for them. All right, now the error is gone. Now we made a big changes over here, so let me go through it. So first we have a few blocks, so that's why we have this MultiBlocProvider. Just like BlocProvider, you also need a child over here. Now this time, instead of workout Cubits, the earlier one, we are using workout Cubit and the related state. Because if you see in the home page, if we go to this page, actually you'll see that we find the blocks and the states again. So we don't need to emit the state. So over here we just emitted initial state, and based on that we go to home page. And then in the home page, actually, we find our blocks and things like that and the states. So hopefully it makes sense. Otherwise, I guess that we'd be doing it double the time or twice, which is not necessary. All right, and maybe we need to put a const modifier before that. Okay, great. Now you may wonder, anyway, so I know that now we get it. This workout initial, this state is emitted once you initialize this class or create an instance, because over here as we create the block, actually this class gets called, then constructor gets called, then super constructor gets called, and then initial state, this gets called. Okay, all right. So that is initial state when our app starts. Now we need to find a way to reach to this one. Okay, so if we can call this method, and then we'd be able to find this state workout editing, and that's what actually is here we are checking for. But right now we are not emitting it. So where to emit it from? Now this should be the ideal place, this button. As we click on this button, from here we should be able to emit the state of workout editing. Now where is this button? This button should be actually in the home page over here, and I think we do have a button where it says edit button. Now here we see that we have this onPressed event. Okay, so as we click on the button, we want to emit a state or trigger a state. So how to do that? Now to be able to do that, I'll fall back to a new line so that we know what's happening right over here. Now we can find our block, our Cubit, using BlocProvider. We know that BlocProvider.off, and then over here we need to look for the type of the block we are looking for. So this time we are looking for workout Cubit, this one. Why we are looking for this one? Because inside this we have this method, so that's why we need to look for this block. Now, and then we'll pass the context for related to this block, and then we can just simply go ahead and call the method. Here we have workout edit, as you can see, and it can find it automatically, and that's the beautiful thing about it. So here, now let's see, we do have a bit of error, so let's remove this const and error should be gone. Now here's the thing, now it is going through the loop, right? So here we do have map function. As I said, that each of the big map, inside this map, the first element refers to this one and second element refers to this one. So inside this map actually we just have two sections. Now well, of course inside the map we also have nested map, which is done using this section. Anyway, so over here this workout actually refers to, so one of these over here. So, and we'll have only two workouts inside this homepage over here. Now how about the related index? Now, for this index actually we can grab this one. Let's see, yeah, workouts, this one. So this is a list, and if you want to get an index of a certain object, first you have to get that list, which is this one. We are getting that list, and then we use off, I think it's called off index, right? And right inside this we pass the certain item from the list, so that is workout, and with this we should be good to go. Beautiful. So with this we just found our certain workout and its related index. Now let me go through it one more time, because this map once again each time refers to this two big chunks over here, which we have seen over here, right? Okay, great. Now as we map through it, look through it using this map function, each of the items is accessed using this one, and this is what we pass over here, because remember, if edit workout, it exactly takes this one of this workout, right? Yeah. And what is this workout? If you know this class, okay, so it refers to the big chunk, one of this. Okay, it just deals with one of this. Yeah, so we have this exercise and we look through everything. Hopefully it makes sense. And then so we send one of this, and but at the same time we said, hey, as you send me, you also send me the index, right? So we are sending the index, and how to find this index? So from the list we use index of method and we find it. Now it comes over here. Now we send those related object and index to this workout editing state. Now this workout editing state, we know that it takes that workout object, which is the super class or abstract class. It takes it, and as well as we send the index to it. Now we also have this props over here. Now that means that using this props property getter method, getter actually not a method, we know that if one of these changes, yes, here we go, our state management works, and we know that it's going to work. All right, so yeah, now with this we are over here, and let's restart our app and see how it goes, if we have an error or not. Okay, now we do have a bit of problem. Now let's come to our state over here, that we are looking for states, because I guess we are missing. Well, so what do we have here? We do see that we have a black screen. Now why is this happening? If we come back to our home screen over here, and now we'll see that okay, before that actually we can debug it. Say for example, we can print statements here, and we'll say .1 and like this, and then we are going to copy this and put it here and here and here. Now we are going to change the name of the points, and we'll see that how it works over here, so we'll know that where it is. Now let's save it. Now what do we want to do? We want to restart our app, and we'll see that which points it hits actually. So now we do see that it starts with .1 and 2. So over here, so from .1 to .2, which means initial state, then it means that it goes to our home page. And at the end we do see that 1 and 3, so it checks for the states again. Now it's the Flutter framework does the thing. Now it goes back to .3, which means this one. Now of course this is a container, which is empty container, nothing is there, so that's why it's black. But all we wanted that we would fall back to this condition over here, initial, which did not work. At first we have seen that it hit .2, but later on it changed to .3. Now what happened? Now earlier once again we do see that at the beginning it was .1 and 2, which means it went to home page. So let's click on this home page, and over here later on it hits to .3, right? Now .3 is this one, which also means that this state has been emitted. Now in our home page over here, if we take a look, we do have a state that is being emitted over here. Now we do see that yes, on pressed, and then we do have this edit work. Now what we expected this section, that it should be this state edit work, this calls a method, and after calling this method we want to emit this state, right? Now that should happen right after on pressed event, but here it didn't work like that. It happened without even this on pressed event. Now why did it happen? The reason is actually with this kind of format, the way we are pressing, actually we are just like putting this one statement over here. Now this, if you just put a statement, that gets executed immediately. This is where we see that we have this section, this icon button, and inside this icon button actually we have this on pressed event. Now on pressed event actually finishes over here. Now this gets called immediately as soon as this UI gets built, so that's why we see that it hits .3. Now we don't want it to be hit or executed immediately. We want it to run once we press on the button. Now of course this is not the exact format, so that's why we need to cut this one, and right over here we could do like this, and then put our syntax over here inside this. Now with this you'll see that it only works once we hit or press. So this is become actually a callback function right now. So something happens and then it gets triggered. Otherwise with the earlier, that becomes an expressions. Now with expressions it gets executed immediately like the earlier format. Okay, so like this is also an expression, you can understand it like this, but now this becomes a statement over here. Now statement or I would say actually callback. So callback holds statements. Now with this, the callback means that it only would get called if you have onPressed or event or things happens on the UI. So now let's go ahead and restart it, and now we do see that yes, so now this is working. Okay, otherwise just now we had error. So the idea is it has to be a callback, so it should get called after pressing. If you don't want to have it to be callback, then if you just write a statement like an expression like this, then it would get immediately executed as soon as the UI gets executed. But now it's different. Hopefully it makes sense. Anyway, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this points. We don't need them anymore because we're done with our debugging, and hopefully it would make sense. All right, okay, yeah, now we're good with this. So right now we don't have this UI, so we need to actually to be able to click on this and go to that UI. But now we can make sure one thing, that this would get called when I click on this button. So here I could say like this, editing. Okay, all right, now if we restart our app or reload our app, hot reload, hopefully it should work. After hot reload, if I click on this, we do see that it says it's editing, so it means that we are in the correct place. If you restart again, everything is there, you click editing. Oh, this is what actually we wanted, expected. So I'll put it right there for now, and over here we'll create a new file and we'll call it edit workout screen.dart. So over here we want to edit our workout. Now over here we are going to create a stateless class and we'll call it edit workout screen, like that. Now let's go ahead and import the necessary libraries and we should be good to go. All right, now right inside this, actually we want to return a scaffold because otherwise we'll get black screen. We don't want to get black screen. Now over here we'll have body. Inside this body we'll have center text for now, and then we'll have a body like this, and we do see that we have okay, we need this child thing. Now right after this over here we also need a child, sorry. Okay, great. Now we need this semicolon over here, and right after this we need app bar, and here we'll have app bar. Okay, now app bar will have we want to put over here one leading. Now inside leading, actually we want to go back to previous page here. So instead of any kind of button, actually we'll use back button. So back button is a widget in Flutter, so you can just use that one. And over here, let's see what are the parameters it takes. So I didn't say anything, but inside this actually we can have onPressed event. Now what happens if you don't have this back button or any kind of event? Now let's go ahead and restart our app and we'll see how it goes. Now before that, we need to actually, from here we should do edit workout screen, like that. Okay, and now if we come over here, we do see that we are here, and this is back button, right? Now with this back button, it shows you the icon over here. Because of this one, we see the icon. Now back button takes an onPressed event, so even if you don't pass the event, the icon is still there. Of course, then it's useless. So we want to pass our event over here. Now here we do like this onPressed, and once again we do this callback function over here, which should get called as soon as we hit the button. Now here we do BlocProvider, and then we are looking for a certain block. and then we would use off. Now what is our block name? Our block name is workout. So this is the block that we created earlier, WorkoutCubit actually, and set this, and then we pass the context, and then we'll get go home. Now this go home doesn't exist yet, so we are going to create one, and we'll call it go home. All right. Now let's go to our Cubit over here, our block, WorkoutCubit. Now inside this we'll create a method which we'll call go home. So here void go home. Now just simply over here we do emit, and once we use emit, then we could do const over here, and then we can return a new state. So here we do initial workout. Now this is the method that should get called. So initial workout. Now you remember, if we have initial workout, we go back to home page. Okay, so once we click on this, actually we want to go back to home page. So that should make sense. Now over here the problem is almost solved. Now we can't have const, so let's remove that. Now we are great. Now let's restart our app. Now click on this, we see this, and if we click on this, we can go back to our home page. So congratulations, so you have used BLoC successfully to go back to your home page. Wonderful. All right, now we want to work on this body section. The body section should not be like this, so we could do a little differently. Now for the body section, we'll have list view dot builder over here. Now list view builder should take something as an item count. All right. Now what we want to send over here, if you see, if we go to this page, actually when we try to go to this page, so from home page, actually we are calling a method which is edit workout, and over here we have this workout editing. Now workout editing emits states or emits data that should be changeable. So the data is in this object or class which is called workout. Okay, so this is the place, and this is the data actually we are looking for. Now the question is, how do we get this data in our workout edit page? And actually it's relatively easy. Right before this scaffold, we can get the data over here. Or the other way we could do, actually we could wrap around our scaffold using block builder. Now we have seen that one before. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this one over here, and here we do block builder. Okay, so with this we can go back and forth like this, and that's beautiful. Now what we want in this page, we want to show all the data to the related workout, which means everything should be coming from this exercise list. Okay, now by saying that one, we also understand that we need to access WorkoutCubit this time. So where is our WorkoutCubit? So this one. So we need to access this Cubit as well as the states related to it, but of course the state is over here. Okay, so both of these we want to access. Now for this reason, actually we could do something, we can wrap everything inside block builder, I mean including this scaffold, and then we find our related block or Cubit to it. But actually a lot of time you will also want to run your app on Android phone, so that's why Android has a back button. So we need to work on that back button, and this back button should be pretty much good for iOS devices anyway. So now because of this reason, I'm going to cut this one. Now inside this over here, I'll have like this, something called will pop scope. Will pop scope. All right. All right. Now will pop scope takes a child, and here actually it takes an event. So it's pretty much like on pressed. So here the one that we already created, we can use that BlocProvider. to find it, BlocProvider, and then we would do off, and then we would inject, we would find the type, and that's name it workout Cubit, and then we are passing the context, and then we would find go home. Now this would work for let's see, I think we need to import the void. Okay, now we need to go back to this one. I think it doesn't accept any type, so let's remove that. Now come over here and the error should be gone. Okay, all right, now with this here we can work on the child. Once again, this is for Android back button, so that's why we have this one. Anyway, so now over here we'll have child. Now for child itself, we'll use block builder widget. Block builder widget. Now with this widget, we can attach the related state and Cubit to our UI. We know that we have worked out with this before. So workout Cubit, and what is our state over here? Our state is workout states, I think, like this. And we do have a bit of error. Okay, here, this one, and of course it wants me to have this body inside this so that we can put builder. What else we have? Workout state or states, I think that should be this. Okay, let's go ahead and check actually what's the class name, workout state. Now let's copy this and put it here. We still have the error. Okay, import the library. Okay, great. And now it'll say that required argument builder, so let's work on that one. We'll have builder. Now inside builder we are passing context, and our data, our state, we name is as state. Okay, or you can access data using the state variable. Of course you can name it anything you want, it doesn't really matter. Now here what are we going to do? First we are going to create an instance of a class which is called workout editing. Workout editing, this one, and then we can say WE workout editing. Now here we get all the data, which means all the state, and convert is as workout editing. All right, and right after this we need to have this return statement. Okay, now with the return statement, actually the one we had early would have scaffold, and inside this scaffold we'll have app bar, right? So here we'll have app bar, and we already worked on that. Now over here we'll have this leading. For leading we'll use back button. We have already seen that back button, and inside back button we'll have on pressed event. Now here we'll call BlocProvider.off, then workout Cubit. You may ask why I'm typing this, because I just copied something else, so whatever I have copied just now, it's gone. Anyway, so over here we could do go home. Great. So that's the app bar, and now inside this body section we could do something interesting, and we'll see what we do. And I'll also explain why I have like this, what I have over here, right? Because workout Cubit will have actually many different states and classes, so we want to actually cast them. This Cubit will have many different states, actually, I mean emitting state. It's just one of the states over here we edited. So this Cubit refers to many states, so we need to convert or cast to the certain state we want. All right, now with this, because we is the variable that has to do with workout editing, and now we have seen that earlier, as we edit state, as we emit state, we emit workout and index. Now because we have access to this state as WE, then we can access all the related changed from this WE. Now this is what we would be doing over here. Now as a body section we will use listview.builder first, and of course we need to have this item builder. Now let's do pass our context. I think we can just simply pass context and call something as index, and then we'll return like this. Now what is the item count over here? Since this is a list view builder, now we already have the object which is we, and inside this we'll have access to workout. Now workout have exercises, and then we could get the length of it, and that's as simple as that one. Let's see, we know that there is an object of workout, so we don't need optional. We say, hey, I know this is not null, so instead of optional we say this is not null, I'm sure about it. Okay, so yeah, that's how it works. Now you may be confused once again, so let me walk you through. So each time we click on this back button, it takes those two workouts, and then based on those two workouts, it emits states from here on this callback function, actually from here. Now as it emits this workout object, okay, as you can see, and this is what actually we just grabbed over here. So this is the workout object. You may ask, where is this coming from? Because this is the object that we have emitted as our state. I mean, this is our data that we are saying this data is modifiable, mutable, changeable. So go ahead and work on the UI for this. Hopefully it makes sense. Now this object once again holds everything inside over here, these things. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, great. Now right after this we are good to go. So here we do return list tile. Okay, all right, now inside this we'll have leading. Now as leading, text will have format. Okay, format time. All right, so now over here we want to pass the time to it. Now since we have access to this workout over here, actually we can do more interesting stuff inside this, otherwise it's not going to work. So this one, we want to loop through the index and get each of the item. So over here we'll do exercise, and we'll call it exercise, and over here we'll do we dot workout, and then we will have exercises object inside it, and then we access everything as index. All right, and here let us say that it's not empty. Now let's go ahead and import it. All right, now here we'll have the time. So how do you access the time? We can access the time from this exercise, and here we'll have a preload over here, and then over here we will set it to true. At the same time we are saying this is not null. Wow, a lot of things happened over here. Now so far we got this idea that why we converted, as well as how to access one of these things over here using this exercises. Now you know that this exercise object, we get the length of it. That means it returns a list, right? So this is a list. If this is a list, we can get each of the items. So these are the oops, well, it's already changed. Beautiful. Anyway, so these are the items that each of them we are accessing, okay, using this index, which also means that from this we are accessing each of them. All right, so if we can access each of them, we can access the preload, duration, title, whatever we want, and that's beautiful. Okay, so that's the leading one. Now over here we'll have trailing. Let's see. Yeah, actually, so this is what I'm saying. So this is what that we have accessed right now. But right now we just access the time. Now we'll access title and duration. Why we're doing that? Because we want to be able to add it. Over here we don't want to add it. We want to actually add it once we click on this button over here. Okay, go ahead and work on this title. So we'll have title. Now we'll do text and exercise dot title, and we are saying that title is not null. And right after this we'll have trailing, and for trailing once again we'll have the time, and over here format time, and then we'll have exercises dot duration, and here we'll also set it as a true. Now let's save it, and it's beautiful. Wonderful. So all of them you can once again retrieve from your Cubit or BLoC using BLoC. Actually beautiful. Now it works great, and everything is working as we expected. Now this time actually what we want to do, we want to be able to click on this and edit them. And once we edit it, if we go back, we will see the state is saved because we are using a state management system which is called BLoC. So hopefully it makes sense. So in next part we will see how to use it. We need to make more states, actually more functions, and emitting new states, and how to do that. Now we already have a mechanism for emitting new states, so that's in our workout states class, which we already have. Now over here we'll make a bit of changes. Now over here we want to declare a new optional variable, so that would be int type, and that would be x index. Now x refers to exercise, so each of them are exercise, and this big title we refer them as a workout. Okay, now of course after this we get error, and that's very normal. Now we need to initialize the value. Now since this is positional parameters, so we have to have them in the right order. Well, at least first we have to initialize them, and when we call them we have to have the right order. Now I'll put it at the end over here, and then we'll do this .ex index, and now this variable we want them to be reactive, so we want to put it in our props, otherwise it won't work. So here we do int index, and we should be good to go. Let's see. Okay, so Flutter got me the wrong one. I mean Android Studio, not Flutter. Now with this we might have other problems as well. This is the workout states. Now if we go to workout Cubit, now this becomes interesting. It throws an error because it's looking for 3 parameters in the constructor when we call it. So here we'll have this one, so we can just simply pass null, because remember here we said that this is optional. Okay, now based on this 2 index we would know where and what we are editing. Now you might ask why we have this 2 different index. Now this time if I explain it would make more sense. Now this index actually refers to the index of this exercises, and now this index refers to the index of this 2. So hopefully it makes sense. So that's why we have. Now while actually using this same state class, this class would be able to edit the title of them as well as the title of exercises. Now we call them workout, and we call them exercise. So first index, this one refers to the workout index, and this ex index refers to the inner exercise index. Okay, great. Now with this we made some basic changes and we should be good to go. Now of course we need to make so this is a class that holds our data, the data that should be changed, or that should be in our state. Now after this we also need to make a new method. Now this is the method that was responsible for showing editing, right? So edit workout. Yeah, because we want to click on this. So once we click on this, that means we want to be able to edit, and that's why we emit this one. But when we actually edit, so we have to trigger a new state again. So for that one we'll create a new method over here, and we'll call it like, what we could do actually, we can copy all of this and then we'll just make tiny changes and we should be good to go. Now here we do edit exercise instead of edit workout. So here we do exercise. Yes, right. Okay, so the first one would be responsible for clicking on this button and coming over here. Now this one would be responsible for making this whole page actually reactive, but right now it is not. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now over here we also need to pass index to it. Now what index we want to pass? Now this time well, as we call them, actually we don't need any of this. So how are you going to do that? Now here we'll have this int and optional ex index. Now over here remember this workout editing class, it has a super class which is this workout state. Now workout state already has a state. The properties are actually states too, which is workout. So which means in our function over here, when we call it, actually we can access this directly, state.workout. Okay, and we should be good to go. Now over here, because we pass down, so we want to access like using parameters, but over here we just want to pass this index for our exercise. We don't want to pass others. So how to get them? So first one we got using state.workout. How about this index? Now this index, actually we can also do like this state as workout editing, second one, and here we get index. Okay, great. So we get the index like this, because inside this, if you come over here, we have this state. As I said that now all these properties you can access using state, right? So that's why over here, now this state actually belongs to the superclass over here. Now other states might be very specific to some unique classes, like this is one class, this is another class. So that's why when we want to get that state, we convert it. Okay, we say, okay, this index actually is coming from this class, and this class's state, so get them. So get the state of this class and get me index. So this is the meaning of this. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now here you will see that this part, so how to work with this part. So in this part we do just ex index. So that's as simple as this one. Okay, great. Now our Cubit, block, and states are ready. Now we need to go ahead and find our work edit class over here. Now this is the place where we want to emit the new state, and how to do that. Now here you know that we have this list style which is showing each of this. Now this list style actually has on pressed property, so or on tap actually list type. Now over here once again we will have this callback function. Now here we do BlocProvider, and BlocProvider our friend, because we can find any kind of Cubit or block using this. So here we do workout Cubit and then context. Now once again, why we are doing this, let's see, do we need to import a BlocProvider? Yes, right. Because why workout Cubit? Remember the method we declared is over here, so that's why. Now to be able to, to look same everywhere, so I think we can just simply return like this, otherwise it does look a little bit strange. Okay, great. Yes, so now we have this same format in our code. It looks better. Okay, so BlocProvider, and then we call the method that we created. So that is let's see, I think I still have another typo here. Okay, now the method we created, edit workout, now or edit exercise actually. So now we'll do edit exercise, and all we need to do pass the index. Okay, now simply here we can just pass this index. Okay, now because we know that as it goes through in like a loop, list view builder is a loop, so each of this index refers to each of them over here, the index. Okay, great. Now once we click on this, the state would be emitted. Great. Now states are, if the state is emitted, then how do we know that state is emitted? Now here actually, now just to verify that it works, so here I'll have a bracket like this instead of doing like that. It still worked just now, and over here you emit the state, and then before that actually we can print what's happening over here. My exercise index is ex index like that. Okay, so let's click on them and we'll see that it's being reactive. Okay, let's click on this. So here it says this, my exercise index is 2 because 0 1 2, right? My exercise index is 0. Yeah, all right, great. Now let me find this one over here, which we don't need maybe right now, the log. So where it is over here. Okay, just remove that. Okay, now click on this. We are good. Okay, great. Now that also tells us, so our UI is almost working over here in one sense. Well, now we just have only one edit workout screen, right? So in this screen, everything is happening. We are viewing this as well as it's becoming responsive. So we need to do a bit more work. Okay, now, as I said, that as the state is emitted over here, we actually fall back to this one again. So this screen again gets called. So now this screen gets called for two situations. Once we click on this button over here from home page, remember, let's go to our home page over here. Let me find the page so that we understand what's happening. So here we would say home page. Okay, this one. Now over here you see that we click on this, it have this state, right? Edit workout, and eventually it says workout editing. So the states are same. So that also means that we are going to the same UI, right? Because from our main function, we find this and we just go there. So our UI doesn't have any change. So now anyway, so this UI has to also check whether we should go to a new page, right? As we click on this, we go to a new page after clicking on this button. How to do that? Now we know that our edit exercise state has been emitted. At the same time, it sends a new index. So this is the index that goes there, right? So this is the index. So we can check for this index, whether we have this index or not. Once we click on this, so this index is also being emitted or being stateful or being reactive. That's the idea I'm trying to say. So we can look for this index over here, and based on that, actually we can do something. As we click on this, first time the index is being referred of the index of this workout, this one or this one, right? So it comes to this page, and when we are this page, we click on this, actually the index is of coming from here. So we need to check what kind of index we are clicking on. Hopefully it makes sense. One more time. So as I click on this, so it does have an index, but this index for the whole page is coming from this, right? So 0 or 1. Now in this page, once again I click, now this index are being specific to certain exercise. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So we need to look for those indexes. All right, so and actually it's easy to do. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this around else if statement. Okay, so I'm going to cut this one from here, and then here we would do if ex index. Okay, this one, and then if this index is same as this index, it could be the index, the earlier one, or on this page. So we just check. Okay, so what index is that, and based on that we do something. So if it's not, if they don't match, then we fall back to the original one over here. Otherwise, from here, actually we want to go to a new page. Okay, so here we'll call it, we'll do like this: return edit exercise. We don't have this one, so we'll create a new UI, exercise screen, I'd say it's better. Okay, now here we'll pass the parameters, workout, and then we dot index, that one, we dot ex index. So all the indexes, different indexes we are going to pass. Now of course we don't have this file yet, so it's causing us error. Now over here, let's go ahead and create a class. So here we'll create edit exercise screen.dart. Okay, now here we do state. Actually this time we need stateful class because we want to initialize something even before we come to this page. So edit exercise screen. So that should work, and then let's import them. Okay, now over here some of the fields that we need to work. Okay, so let's go ahead and declare them final workout. Let's make it optional and also private workout, then final int index, final int ex index. Now this workout, since it belongs to our original state, very original state, like we have seen, so we can find it actually anywhere easily, so we make it optional, and same as this one. Okay, now this is not for that reason it's optional. We may send it, we may not send it. This is the reason why this is being optional. Now over here, what I would do here, we do this dot workout, this dot index, this dot ex index. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now let's see, we do have a bit of issues over here. Okay, so these are actually optional named parameter. Well, then we can just simply remove them and hopefully it would work. Okay, and in that case, just simply add a required over here. Yes, we are good to go. Now we made it stateful because we want to initialize something. Okay, so as soon as we hit this button, we want to initialize. Now first we'll have text editing controller. Okay, and then we'll make it a variable out of it and we'll call it title. Now as soon as we click on this, this page would get called, and then our text editing controller come into effect and make it editable. This is the idea. And at the same time, we want to override our init state method. So here we do void init state, void init state. Now here we want to pass the value as soon as we click on this, so it would take us to a page, and then at the same time it would pass the title. Okay, get the title. Now how do we get the title? We would get the title directly from the state, so we don't need to pass it down, and we would get it based on index because we are already passing index. So we'll access our state, the data in the memory, and we'll find the title for that index and show it over here. So hopefully it makes sense. Now anyway, so here we do text editing controller, text editing controller like this, and then here we do text widget. Now inside this we'll have workout, because this is the workout that we pass, the overall one, and then it has inside this, it has a list which is called exercises, and inside this we can once again use this widget and then ex index, the editable index over here. Now it is getting us error, most probably this workout, we say that it's not null. That could be one reason. Let's see where else. I think also this one, and then we need to get the title property from it. After that we should be good to go. Now these two bang operator are coming from here because we are saying that could be optional, but over here we say I know that even though I said it's optional, but in this case it is not optional. These two situations. Great. So how it works, so you have this whole workout object. What I mean by that, as soon as you click on this, so we'll come over here, we pass the workout. As soon as we hit on this, we pass the whole workout. Now we know that this workout has exercises list. If you go back and see, well, not this one actually, we don't need this so far. Workout over here, that's what I'm talking about. So this is the exercise, and this exercise actually hold this and this in the list. Okay, so now of course we know that internally it calls this one, right? Okay, anyway, so let's come over here, and I think we can also remove this error by importing it, and we don't need this as positional parameters. Let's see, workout. 0 expected, 3 found. All right, I know what's happening here. So here we do work out, so error is gone. And then over here we do index, because those are positional parameters, optional named parameters. So that's why if you don't have this, you get an error. Okay, great. Now the error is gone over here. So anyway, so click on this, you come over here, you get the whole object, and then you get the list from that. And in that list, okay, so we go through, we find one of these titles based on this index, and we are good to go. All right, so now with this we'll have this title, and that would be ready. And how do we know that? Now actually inside this we could put the value, but before that, actually what we need to do here, we need to do super.initState. Now let's come over here and see if we can access them. Now inside this we could do one thing. So first we can have a column. So let's go ahead and put column inside this, and right after this we'll have children. Okay, now inside the children we'll have first we'll have row, because we want to put these things in the row. Well, that's a new page, but still we want to put everything in the row. And then we'll have children. Now inside this we'll have this expanded widget. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now what is happening, because we need some value for this. Now inside this, what are we gonna do? We're gonna use a text field, text field over here, this one. Okay, now text field over here we'll have text align. So we do text align dot center. We want to put everything in the center as soon as we start editing. And right after this we'll have this controller, and we want to pass this one, this controller object, text editing controller object. And after that we'll have onChanged function. Well, it takes a callback function, so we need to pass a value to it, whatever value is there. Now since we are in set state, we want to see the changes immediately. So sorry, I mean, since we are in a stateful class, here we can use set state, because we want to see the changes immediately. So that's where the set state function comes in. All right, now right after this, actually here, okay, after saying everything so far, let's go ahead and see if we can actually work on this. After clicking on tap event over here, what happens? Okay, now let's click on this. Yeah, you see that it changes. So we get a text field over here, we get the same over here, we get the same. So it means it's already working as we expected. So the idea is, when we hit this edit workout screen over here, I believe this one, so what it does, it finds that related index where you actually clicked, and for that index it takes us to this edit screen. Well, it's completely not a new screen, but the idea is it becomes editable, right? So now we see that we can edit actually things like that. So yeah, so in that sense this was the name. Anyway, so you get the idea. So wherever we click, it gets that index, and based on that index, that information, whatever the name and things, that becomes reactive and editable. So that's great. Now of course, even now we can click and do things, but if we go back and see them, this is not saved. So of course it means that we have to save them, to edit them and save them. Right now, how and where do you do that? Now we have to do that in this class over here, because each of this actually holds the actual data over here, like title, preload, and duration. So we have to create a new method over here, and from that method we're gonna call we will call this method from our UI, from the block. Okay, so here we'll create a new constructor, so we'll call it exercise, and then we'll call it copy with. Now this is due to the convention, is we are going to copy some of the properties of this class, so we are going to name it copy with. Now you can name it anything actually. Now here inside this first property is int, and we'll call it preload, and it's optional because why? You may change time, you may change the title, you may change preload, title, or duration, any of them. So that's why this is all optional. We really don't know which one would be changed. So this is the idea. We do int duration, then int index, int start time, like that. So after this over here, okay, we'll just return the body. Now once we have this value, so over here we'll return the body like this, and here we'll call it exercise. Now inside this we'll have preload over here. The preload, it could be the value that's been given. If the value is null, whatever the value is there, you take that one. Whatever the value we had early over here, like as we created first time, during that time whatever the value was there, we'll use that value. That also means that if this didn't change, which means in that case this would be null. So if it is null, then it will fall back to this condition, this. So this is the meaning of this double questions mark. Anyway, so here we're going to return like this, sorry, the semicolon, and then we would also do the same for title. So we do title and this dot title, and the same for duration. We do duration over here, duration, and this dot duration. Now we do see that there is a type missing one more semicolon, so we need to make sure that we have double, it's not semicolon, it's a question mark, sorry. And then we'll have index, and index this dot index, and the last one is start time. We do start time, this dot start time. All right, okay, so that's how it works. So with this we are done. So whatever the value you change, it will be reflected over here, and based on that value we get a new object. Okay, so we'll return a new object. As we return, if some of the values are empty, then we'll get them from the old values, the one we created at very first when you put up our app, and that means when you read them from JSON file. So anyway, so before you return, you'll just check if you have empty value or not. If this is empty, you'll just get the previous one, the earlier one is available. Anyway, now we'll come over here, edit workout screen over here. So I think edit exercise screen, so right over here. Now, well, how to keep track of each of this index? Okay, well, we do know that this is a stateful class, so we have access to a property which is called widget. So we'll access that one, widget. Every stateful class has a property widget which we can access. Now this widget has an object which is workout. Now this object is being sent from here. So some of the object that's being sent from caller function, we're gonna use them. So like workout index, x index, like that. Okay, so we can access all of them. Now we make sure that this is not empty, and we know that that is not empty. And this workout index has a list which is called exercises. We access that one. Now we access widget again, and then we get AX index. Now EX index refers to each of them. Now the whole thing actually refers to an object like this, the whole section, or this one. Now this has a method which is called a copy with, the one actually we just created, that one we are talking about. So here we'll put it like this, and it's being cranky because we said EX index is optional. Make sure that it's not empty. Okay, great. Right after this, here we'll have title, and we'll send the value to it. and we are good to go. So now whatever is here, that's the value, and that is also a title, and we send it to the title property, the one we created. So will it make sense? The widget has access to the workout object. Workout object is actually coming from workout class, and that class is, if you go and check, you'll see that it has a property which is called exercises, and which is a list. Now inside the list we can go through and find the related one, the one being clicked, using the index, and that's the index that we, let's see where it is. Yeah, so this is the index, right? And then based on that index, whatever text value is being tapped and edited, we get that value, we pass to this constructor copy widget, and it saves and return us. So actually it returns us. So if you come over here, so we do have this arrow that means that it's returning this one as an object. Now if it does, actually we have to save it to somewhere, and that's pretty easy. For this one, actually we're going to copy this and put it here like this. So whatever it is returning, I put it in this one. Okay, so the whole object is being covered by the new one. Hopefully it makes sense. It's replaced by the old one. Okay, great. Now that's after being changed, and that gives us an object that's being returned, but it's still not being saved in the app itself. Now for that one, actually we need to create a new method which is called, and which would be inside our workouts Cubit. So where is our workouts Cubit? So let me close this, and we don't need this one, so just this one. So inside this, actually we'll create a new method, and here we'll call it save workout. Now here we'll send an object which is called workout object, because we'll have access to it, and we'll also send a related index for this workout. Now we know that this is a workout. Whatever you open up, that's an index, right? So we'll send the whole object, all of it, and the related index. So this index is 0 and this index is 1. So inside this we'll loop through it. Anyway, so let's create an object of it. So it's a workout object, and we need to send this one. So once we send this one, actually what's going to happen, we're going to create a new object and a new list of exercises. How to do that? Here we do workout and title. Now here we do workout dot title. Now this title will be coming from this one. This one will pass, and we know that this is the instance of workout. Workout has a title and exercises. Okay, so it has a title and a list. List name is exercises. So we already have the title, and then we'll create exercises list, but we'll set it to empty list. So we are creating a new object. That object will have a title and a list, but empty list, and we'll add stuff to it. So that's why we created to empty list. Anyway, so the type of this object would be workout type, and we'll call it new workout. And now here we'll declare two variables, and we'll call it index equals 0 and int start time equal 0. Not start time, we'll call it start time. Now here's the thing. So here we'll have a loop. So we'll go through whatever is being find from here. Well, okay, let me do it first, then it would make more sense. So here we do in and workout. Now exercises, this one. Now once again, this exercise is coming from this one, and with this actually locally over here in this scope, we are creating a new workout object, and we set it to empty list. Okay, all right, so we will take everything from it and put it here. So that's the idea, and that would be our new list, and that list actually will inject in our state. So our old data would replace with new data. Hopefully it makes sense. And now anyway, so over here, as I said, that we'll add data to it. So we do new workout, and it has a list. We know that exercises, so the one we just initialized to empty one, and we'll add stuff to it. So here we do like this. Now of course it wants us to put a value. So what kind of things we can put inside it? If you ask yourself, we know that inside this list over here, inside this class, actually we have the list, and that list takes exercise class, right? So inside this we can put exercise list, which we actually done before. So here we do exercise, this one. Now Flutter Android Studio found it for us automatically. That's great, it saves us time. So now anyway, over here the first one, actually, well, we can work on title, no problem. So here we'll call it x.title, because remember we are getting the old list and each of them in a loop, and we put the first one in ex variable, we get the title from it, and then we get the ex.preload from it, and then over here we do ex.duration. Yes, and then over here we'll have index, ex.index, and then over here we'll have start time, ex.start time, just like this, and we are good to go. All right, so with this, actually, let's see over here. Yeah, we are done. Now inside this for loop, we want to add the ex index plus plus, and then here we do start time plus ex dot preload, make sure that it's not empty, and then we do plus ex dot duration, make sure it's not empty. Now this kind of creating object, actually we have done before. If you see over here, this class previously we have pretty much done the same thing, actually increasing the index. Well, let me remove the log, we don't need this log anymore. Okay, and as well as start time. So we are exactly doing the same thing over here. Once again, why? Because we are replacing the old state using the new state. Now the new data would be here, and after that it goes through the loop. We will well, I mean, new data will put over here. The data actually is coming from exercise. Now if we just made some changes, we have seen just now, if we just make some changes, we saw that those changes are saved in this exercise. Over here we make sure that we save the changes. We have the changes in the temporary memory using this object. Now it's still there. At the same time we add those data, so that's why it gets saved in the Flutter BLoC management system, state management system, in the memory, the permanent memory for the block itself. But of course this is still not permanent, because if you reboot your app, the data is gone. But as long as you use the app, the change data would be still in the memory. So what's happening? One more time. So with this, you create an object, and that's in the temporary memory, and after that we'll call this method. So we will get every data, change data, whatever is in the temporary memory, we'll change that, we'll get them and save in this list. Okay, and once we get that one, yes, we can emit our state. That's the beautiful thing. Now over here, after for loop is done, we get out of for loop and we get the state object, and state object has actually two big lists in the state object. Why I say that? Okay, let me write the code and then it would make more sense, because this syntax may look scary to most of you. All right, and after that, what we do emit, and then we have this 3 dots, which means get everything in the list, and whatever new item added, put that in the list as well. Okay, now anyway, with this it will also replace the old value, because we are using Flutter state management. This kind of thing, it just what it does, it gets everything from the list and add new item in the list. But because we are using BLoC or state management system, if there are no new changes, it would keep the original one. If there are new changes or the old data is being replaced by the new one, it would replace the old data and keep the new one. Hopefully it makes sense to you. Yes, anyway, let's see. Start time, over here we are. Now back to this topic, the one I was saying. Now if you take a look at this one, this class has a stateful class, which is workout, but this is actually, we are injecting a list over here. A list of classes are objects. Okay, Anyway, so this list refers to these two items actually. So now since this is Cubit, as well as our workout class is also extending equitable class, so what happens here, this class has a property which is called state. Now the state is holding our list. So this class actually has a list of properties. So one of them is state. Now since state is a list actually, so we can access the underlying properties using index. Okay, now if we go ahead and print a log, we could do like this. I have, okay, here state dot toString. Let me do it like this. ToString, toLength actually. Yeah, you see it also gets the length properties like this. We could do like this. Now we'd say this print method immediately. Once again, state is a very beautiful property which you have once your class or Cubit or BLoC class has a stateful class as a type, and then you can access it, the state. But in this case, because our Cubit, the type is a list type, so that's why state has this index property. We can use that. But anyway, so now let's go ahead and save it. But one more thing before we see the log, actually, what we need to do, we need to come over here inside this edit screen, and after making the changes over here inside this, we need to call this BlocProvider the dot off. Otherwise actually it won't go in the state, which means the memory for state management. Otherwise it would still be in the temporary memory. You would do BlocProvider dot off. Now here we need to inject, not inject, it's called find our block or Cubit. So here workouts Cubit, this one. So we find our block or Cubit, and then we pass the context related to that, and then based on that we can call this one save workout. Okay, now here I would do it save workout so that we know what's happening. Now inside this we can just do like this. Now okay, over here we need to send the workout object, but we know that workout object is coming from widget object. Now we also need to make sure that it's not empty, and at the same time we pass the index, and I guess we don't need to do anything. Okay, great. So as we click on this, we get that big object, and from the big object we send the index as well as the big object, whatever is here. Okay, anyway, the total object. Now let's save it. Let's see if it works or not. If it works, then we'll see this message, the one number of states. Now it'll only work if you start editing. Okay, now my exercise index is 1. I think this is the previous log, but now we are not changing. We didn't change anything. Let's change. Yes, you see that I have 2 states. Okay, now of course this is empty space that we are changing. What I'm going to do over here, I'll change the first one, jumping jacks. So I'll remove S, and then yeah, it is there. That's great. But now if I go back and click on this, yes, the data is saved. Beautiful. So our block management is saving the data actually. So push ups, so if you click on this, you see the push ups is there, even though we are on a new screen, and our data is being persisted. Now we click on this list over here, and instead of plank we say planks. Go back. Now of course the data is saved over here. Great. Now you see the earlier data, they are still saved over here, jacks, push-ups. So now let me make sure that they're persisted really. So yeah, go back, click on this. I remove the S over here. Then now you go back, the first one, the data is saved. Beautiful. So that's how you work with the block or Cubit list and save the data persistent. I mean, we came a long way actually from the beginning up to now. It doesn't have much UI, everything about block and things like that. Okay, great. So this is how we are actually saving the data, and so far is great. And the next step we want to change is our time actually. So this whole page is editable in every tiny sections. They are all editable. Let's work on this. In this section, we're gonna work like this using this number picker, right? So if we come over here, we click on this, we click on them, then we would see the number picker. So, and they would be auto-saved. Like for example, if I do that, you see it was auto-saved. Let me change it one more time. I change it to 9. If we go back and we see 9 over here. Okay, great. Now to be able to do that, first we'll find our pubspec.yml file, and we have to install a plugin for that. So let's go ahead and install a plugin right after this and get the latest plugin version, and you should be good to go. All right, it's running, and hopefully it'll be done very soon. I guess it's done. Yes. Right. So right after this, we'd come over here inside our edit home screen. Now previously we have this expanded widget. So right before it, we'll add another expanded widget. So we'll have 2 expanded widget. Expanded widget, this one. All right, so it's gonna take a child, and I'm going to put it like this. So it will have a child. Now inside this we'll have inkwell widget because we want to be responsive, and right inside this we're gonna have a child over here. And now inside this child we are going to use number picker plugin, the one that we have just installed. So here we'll have number picker. As you can see, it is recognized by Android Studio. Let's see. Well, we have some required arguments we need to add, so we can ignore that. So we'll do it in our pace. So here item, let's see, item height. So we're gonna decide the height of this place, that how much it should be, I guess. So now I guess it should be each of them, actually each of them, the height. So here we define it as 30. We get a value for it. Now where to get the value? Now by this time we already know that we have access to this widget, then we have access to workout, and then we have this access to exercise list, and inside this we can access widget again, and then we can access ex index again, and based on that we can get whatever we want. So we want to get preload the time, this one, the one we have seen. Now over here we say, okay, it's not going to be null. Okay, great. Now minimum value, you have to mean value. Well, I could have gone with max value first, but anyway, mean value is 0, and then max value is 3599. All right, and right after this over here we have a text wrapper. Now with this we're going to actually text mapper, not wrapper, I'm sorry. So text mapper. Now it takes a value. You can put anything as a name over here, and we'll call it star val. Now over here it takes a function. Now previously we have this format time function, the one that we created early. Now inside this we wanna pass a value. So here, I mean, it should be like a default value. So over here we would do int.parse, and inside this we're gonna put whatever the value that's being selected currently. So whatever the value is being there right now, that value. Okay. All right, so we parse it to int and pass to it. Now we don't want any paddings for that, so we'll set it to false. Okay, which means that when we say it, we don't want 0 in front of it. Okay, like this we can have 0, but when we want to change, we don't want to have 0. Like you see, we don't have 0 right now. But if you go back and click on this, now we have 0. If you click on this number picker, the 0 is gone. So that's the beautiful thing about it. Now anyway, so we have more things about it. So once again, so this is the value, is this value actually. Okay, this is the current one. Now as you want to change, you also need to pass a value to it. First it would get the current value, just like last time we have seen, and then we are going to use a set state function, and inside this we have to make the changes. All right, now for this one I think we could copy part of the code from here. So yeah, let me copy completely all of it. Actually I think the whole section is useful. So let me copy this and put it here, right here. And what we see, let's see, I guess we don't need this one. We should be good to go. Right now here, yes. So everything else stays the same. So based on index, we get whatever it is. But now here, instead of passing this value to tool, we're gonna pass it to preload. And now the error is gone and everything else stays the same. So as we, let me see, click over here, it would pop up and we get the preload, and we take the preload as value and then we pass it to this one. Okay, and everything else stays the same. Now let's click on this. Yes, it became reactive. Of course, this is not the way we want it, but we need to work on the UI very soon. We'll do that, as you see. And in fact, you can go ahead and change if you want. So it's 22. Go back and come back and see 22 is saved. Beautiful. Now we can make sure that we come over here and change again to something that's, go back, and 22 is still there. Beautiful. So it's working. Wonderful. Now another thing we want over here, if you see, you can also do long press and you can change it. Okay, you can change it to as a text field or whatever field you want. So yeah, so we'd be able to change over here. So maybe like this, whatever, because everything is in seconds, so you can only have 2, or so yeah, like this. You can keep texting. All right, like that. But anyway, so we don't want to do that like that. So we'll have 12 and save it, and it saves there automatically. Now how to do this part? Now for this part, actually, we're gonna be clever. And over here, we're gonna use a function which is inside this inkwell. So we'll use on long press. So this one. So we'll have a callback function to it. And over here, we want to use a show dialog widget. Okay, this is the one that we want to use. And you need to pass a context to it. And that's why actually we had this stateful class, because if it's not a stateful class, you don't get the context. All right, anyway, so now inside this builder, we don't pass anything. Right after this, we return. And inside this, of course, we need to return a widget, otherwise we'll get error. Now, before we return a widget, what do we want over here? We want to long press on this and get the value and show the value over here in the text field, right? So we want to show the value in the text field. So here we would create text editor controller, and inside this we'll have the text property. My phone computer is a little slow right now, so over here we do text, and once again we'll have this widget. Now I don't want to type all of this, so what I want to copy everything from here and put it there. Great. So now, yeah, and we need to convert it to a string, and then the error should be gone. Yeah, like that. Okay, so text editing controller, with the default value, it would return something to us, and we'll call the variable as a controller. Okay, so we just created a variable called controller, and inside this, the object text contains our preload value. Great. Now inside this, we want to return a widget, and then we'll return it as alert dialog. Okay, this one. Great. Now inside this, we need a bunch of things, otherwise we'll still get error. Okay, so the first thing inside this, we want to have something called content. Okay, and then the content will put it in text field. Okay, great. Now inside this text field, we'll have controller, and the variable that we created, controller, will pass to it. Beautiful. Now here we could do a bit of decoration, and very simple decoration, because this is not a UI class. So here we do input decoration. And over here, we'll have a label text. So here, the label text would be things like this: preload, seconds, like this. Okay, great. And with this, let's see, what else do we need about a text field? Now, actually, inside this, we could also do keyboard type, because here we just want numbers. So text input type dot key, let's see, number, actually number. This is what we want. And then I think we can also get a property which is called format parameters. Now over here it takes a list. Now what are you going to pass to it? Something like called filtering text input formatter. So here we do filtering text input formatter, and then over here well, actually we don't want the constructor. I think that has a property like this, so not even that one. I think we can just call digits only, this one, the first one. So I think it's like anyway, one of the properties that we can use. Great. Now here inside this, I think we should mention text input formatter. Text let's see, text input formatter, yeah, the type. Okay, great. So with this we are almost done over here, and after that actually also need to put actions to it. I guess it takes actions. So here we do actions, and which also takes a list of properties. Now inside this action, either we are going to close it or put the value. So if you click outside, so the value wouldn't be saved, but if you put inside, the value would be saved. So now where this list of actions would help us. Anyway, so first we'll have a text button inside this, and we'll have long pressed and child, so they'll be useful. So on long pressed, we'd be able to call our save workout, the one that we created. Okay, all right. Now inside this on pressed, this is a callback function that it takes. Now inside this, first we'll make sure that the text is not empty. So over here we would say controller.text and is not empty. So if it is not empty, only in that case we would invoke something. All right. So over here we would do navigator dot pop context. So with this we'll go back to our previous UI screen. Like if you click on this, you go back to previous screen. Okay, so it's just gone, just like that. Yeah. Okay, for now here we'll just put null, otherwise we get error. Let's see. Okay, we don't care about it, so we'll take care of that later. Anyway, now after that we also want to trigger set state. Now inside set state, actually pretty much what we had early, from there we'll also have here exactly the same thing. So yeah, this set state is this. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to come over here and replace this. Okay, and of course preload value. Now of course we don't have value over here, so what do we have? We have the access to the controller object, the one that we created. Value would be coming from a text field, but we don't have a text field over here. So here anyway we do int parse, and here inside this we'll access this controller object, the one that we created, and then it has this text property. Okay, so you get the text and convert it to int, because preload always takes int. Beautiful. So yeah, that's how it should work. Let's save it and see if we have any error or not. Yes, looks like we do still have a bit of error. Now this is where let's see, a list of actions. Okay, I think we should be completing this one. Now inside this we'll have text, and we'll call it save, and the error should be gone. Okay, now let's see this one. So let's come over here, let's click on this. We do see. Now let's do a long press. Yes, beautiful. Click on this, it's gone. Now yeah, of course we can also change that and do a long press. We see 18 and we change it to 19 and save it. Yeah, it changes to 19 immediately. Long press again, maybe we could do 30 and save it, and it changes immediately. It's a beautiful thing, right? And our app is working because it is saving the state, as you can see, right? Beautiful. Now, yeah, so how about this section? So we also need to work for this one, right? Now we are actually almost done with this section, because why? We can copy this and we'll put it right after this, and we'll see how it goes. And now, of course, we need to change some of the properties. Now over here, instead of preload, you can say duration, and over here, instead of preload, we would also get duration property, and right here we also get duration. So these are the few changes that where we need to make changes, as well as here duration, and over here it's the same duration. And great, let's save it. Okay, now as you see, yeah, it showed up over here. Yeah, but I guess we do have a bit of issues with the current value, because it's all became, I think they're all 30 even before. Let me see. Okay, here is 3 minutes. Yeah, okay, it's working. Yeah, okay, I thought that was messing up with our value, but no. In different places we still have different value. You can save it like this, and it's saved, persisted. Now it's a little weird about the UI. Let's fix that. So I think we want to take maximum space inside this. So over here we do flex, and yeah, so now it does look a little better. So go ahead and check this. Click on this. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we want. Beautiful. So with this, our UI is completely working, and we are able to save data. Now next we'll see how to come over here, show the title, even change the title. This title, if you want, we can also change that one. That's what we'll see next. Okay, great. So next we're going to show our title over here, and at the same time, actually what I mean, show our title over here, and then we want to be able to edit that. Now that thing should be happening over here inside this. Now inside this we have this simple app bar, which takes us to the earlier page. Okay, so we were using back button. Now we want to do something different. So for this reason, inside this app bar we have a title section. Now the title, we want to make it clickable and show text at the same time. For this reason, we are going to use inkwell over here one more time, and then inside this we'll have child, and for child we could do we.workoutObject.title. Now we want to wrap this around a text widget, so that's what we are going to do. All right, let's see what is the error. Do we need this? Looks like we need this, and we need this as well. Yeah, okay, great. And right after this, here we're gonna use onTap event. Now inside this onTap event, we can show something. Now here we want to show the dialog, show dialog, because we want to be able to make it editable. So here we'll have show dialog. Now context and builder. Now for the builder itself, we don't need to pass anything. I think it can get the context automatically if it needs any. Now inside this, first, just like last time, here we do text editing controller, this one, and over here we'll set up the text property. So here we do we.workout.title. Yeah, just like this. Now after this, we're gonna save it in a variable, and we'll call it final controller. Okay, and right after this we'll return a dialog, and we'll call it like alert dialog, just like earlier time, and let us return. And inside this we're going to have content. Now we'll have text field, FIELD text field. Now inside this we'll have controller, then we'll have decoration, and inside this we'll do input decoration, and right after it we'll have label text. Now for label text itself, we can just use the text of the title. So here we do workout and the title. Yes, great. Now let's save it and see if it works or not. Yes, we do see that it's already there. Great. Now I do believe at the same time we can click on this and we do see things like that. Great. And looks like it's already editable. Yeah. Now label itself, we don't want to have this title. We could say workout title like that. Yeah, workout title. Great. And right after this, inside this decoration, we can use this. I think it should be inside this alert dialog, not inside this text field. Here we'll have actions. Now it takes a list of actions. Now for the actions itself, we'll use a text button. Once again on pressed and child. Now let us set up the child for this. So here just we'll simply say rename. Now inside this we should have our callback function. Yeah. And for callback function, well, we don't need to do like that because we'll have a lot of syntaxes or expressions inside this. So first, once again, we'll check controller dot text dot is not empty. So make sure that there is something inside this text, and then we'll also have navigator dot pop. So regardless, wherever we click, either the text button or this outside area, now we can see that we can click here or here. Regardless, this navigator.pop would get called, and then here we do workout, create an object renamed, and over here we do we.workout. So we save it because we want to edit this object, so, but we don't want to edit the original one anyway. And right after this, actually we can call this copy with. Okay, so now over here we want to copy this title, right? So just like earlier time we created copy with method, and here we also need to do the same. We need to create a copy with method. Now we'll go to workout class. Let's see, where is our workout class? Well, we do have workout Cubit, but this is not where we want. And okay, just look for the file workout.dart, this one actually inside this. So inside this we want to create a new method, and we'll call it copy with. Now actual constructor, not a method, copy with. So over here we'll have this string and title, because actually in this time we want to copy the title, so that's why copy with, things like that. And now over here we do like this. So named, we could do, well, positional parameters, positional named parameters. So here we do title. Now if the title that is being passed, if that is empty, then we'll do this dot title, and then exercises and exercises, this one. All right, now it might not make sense. So what are we going to call this constructor over here from here, and then we are returning this object over here. Okay, now we're gonna pass title to it. So first we check if the title is empty. If it is empty, we use the original one. Otherwise we use whatever has been assigned to us, we put it over here. Now of course the return type is workout, so this is the return type. That makes sense. Okay, great. Now we'll come over here, edit screen, inside this. Now over here, so we'll call this copy with method. We do v.workout, and then we'll call copy with. Now the title, so what should be the new title? Controller.text. So controller, so whatever we are, controller.text. So this is our new title. And then inside this we'll have whatever we get, we'll save it to a new variable and we'll call it workout renamed. Okay, great. So whatever we have, the title changed or not, we save it over here. And right after this, we need to call BlocProvider to save the actual change. And here we do BlocProvider .off. Now here we'll call workout Cubit, and then we're going to pass the context. Then here we do save workout. Let's see. Okay, that should be workouts Cubit. Looks like it's not recognizing. Yes, now we can import it, and then we can use the dot operator to call save workout. So here we'll pass renamed workout, and then here we dot index. So that's what we do. Okay, great. But why we are passing to this, because you will see that it also changes our title. So if we don't do that, if we don't call this one, the changes wouldn't take place, because it does, because it's in the state itself, the memory, the shared memory for the whole app. So you also need to make sure that it's changes over here as well. Shared memory, but they do have different instances, I guess. So that's why we need to make sure it changes everywhere, because this title is used in a lot of places, and we do make a lot of instances of this class. So yeah, so we make sure wherever we are changing the title, so we pass the title to there. Otherwise, well, at least it didn't work with me. I'm not sure there are other ways. So without calling this, the title doesn't change. So my understanding is, because we might have different instances in different places, we have used creating this one. So in that places, we also need to make changes. So we trigger, I'll call this method and trigger events where state changes. All right, now let's come over here. So that's the first place we change, and there is another place that we need to change. So that's called BlocProvider. Now off, and once again workouts Cubit, this one, context dot, let's see, edit. We should have a method. No, it's not in workouts, it's in different place. That is in workout. So edit workout exercise, edit workout, I'm sorry, workout, this one. Now inside this we send a renamed one, and here we do we dot index. Okay, great. All right, now if you come over here, you'll see that this one over here, it also takes the workout object and index. So we are passing all these necessary things so that changes take places. Now yes, if you come over here, we do see that. Now let's click on this. So instead of gloats, just remove the s and rename it. Now you see it's gone, and if you come back, it's still there. Now I can add one s over here, and you see it's there. So the changes are there. Now for gloat itself, let's make more changes, and like this 25. So let's make a lot of changes. So workouts ads is still there, as you have seen, and gloats, this is there, the s is there. So yeah, it means that it's working. So let me change the title and let me put it back the original name, which was glut. Right. Okay, so everything has been working smoothly as we wanted. That's beautiful. Now actually we want to save our changes in this permanent memory of this device. Why? Whatever the changes we made just now, you see like here or here, like 25, they'd be all gone if we restart our app. You see our gluts came back, and here it's 0.5, sorry, 5 seconds. It was 25 seconds we made. So next we'll see how to use HydratedCubit to make these changes permanent. As we are going to save our data in the permanent storage of our device, we need to install a plugin for that. And let's go to pubspec.yml file over here, and right below this right below this Flutter BLoC, you should have HydratedBlocOverrides installed. Now this is also a BLoC package, but it stores your information in the memory and manage states for those memory and data. Anyway, so make sure that you have it. All right, now after this we need to come to our class over here, workout inside this, and actually inside this, yeah. So over here we need to extend HydratedCubit instead of Cubit. So here we do HydratedCubit. Now let's go ahead and import the package, and let's see over here. Now it says that you need to override two things. One thing you need to know that if you use Cubit, so the memory is not permanent. As soon as the app is alive, as long as the app is alive, your information, edited information is there. But if you kill the app or terminate it or in the background, those data would be lost. So that's why we are using HydratedCubit. But by saying that, it's also true that HydratedCubit would also manage the state. So whatever we have done before, we don't need to make any changes. So the only difference, HydratedStorage, HydratedCubit helps you to store information with states same as Cubit or BLoC. Now anyway, so it's asking us to override two missing methods. So these are the two methods that we need to work on. One is from JSON and there is a to JSON. All right, now over here we're going to implement the body. Now, well, as you see, over here Flutter is smart enough to create these methods for us. Not only that, it also told us what should we take as our parameters over here. So this is something that you can't change. Why? Because this is something based on whatever you mentioned the type over here. So HydratedCubit, when you want to override those two methods, you have to mention the parameter type just like you did over here. But of course over here, not only we mention the parameter type, we also get an instance of that. Okay, how will it make sense? Now since this is auto detected over here, so it saves us a lot of time and work. Anyway, so now here we could do things like that. If state is, so let's see if state is listed workout or not. Okay, this one. If it is this, then we do something. Otherwise else we just return null or things like that. Okay, now here for now what we do, we'll do else, and then we'll do return null like this. And inside this actually we should do the interesting work. Now here we'll declare a variable and we'll call it JSON, and that should be map. Now inside map we want to create a list. So list name is workouts, and then we'll have this. Okay, all right. Now of course we need a semicolon over here. Why we are doing that? Because we have to create a memory in the permanent storage. If we don't do that, once we want to save an app loads first time, installs first time, it won't be able to find a suitable place in the memory to save the data. And for that suitable memory we need to create a reference. Actually this is the reference for storing those data. You can understand it like this. Now anyway, so this is inside a map. Now of course we can access this object, which is key, using like this. And before that, actually we also need to have this for loop. So over here we do var workout in state. Now inside this over here, if we have states, then we do like this, JSON here workouts, and then we make sure that it's not empty, and then we add, because this is a list, we can add things to it. And what to add? Now over here we do have each of the state object as a workout, so we add that one and we convert it to JSON, just as simple as this one. Now you might say, oh my god, what's happening here? No idea. Let me tell you. Well, unnecessary check type, this always is true, but I'll still keep that because that has worked with me anyway. So now you may wonder, what is this? Now if you remember earlier, over here what we did, we first loaded, right? Yeah, after loading we emit states over here. So we emitted the state. Now this state is this class, right? Yeah, so over here we emitted it, and now if you see down here, since we emitted the state, we can find them in the state object, just like before. We have seen this one, just like this. Okay, so if we can emit the state, we'd be able to grab that state in this state object. So that's how we are getting. Now before I said that state holds our data, so we get the data in this variable, okay, and whatever the state is there, we convert it to JSON. And previously we have this JSON method we created, you remember? So this is the JSON method that we created. Now it is coming into play, helping us. So what's gonna happen? First we load the data at the top, and after loading the data, right after that, actually this would get called. As it gets called, actually it's make sure that your state is not empty and you have elements in the state, otherwise it would crash or it would be stupid. So this is the thing that's happening over here, and then we return JSON. That's all. Now you may wonder why we are returning JSON type information like map, because in the storage you have to put information in JSON key value pair, not as an object. So you have to convert everything to JSON, and that's what we have done over here. Now what will happen with this, when our app loads first time, we'll have we'll create a directory in the device itself, and then we're gonna save this data in that directory. Now Flutter will do it automatically for you in the device. You don't need to work on that, but of course you need to create some statements. You need to tell Flutter to create directory. Where and what name, it's up to Flutter for now. We don't care about it, but we need to tell Flutter somehow, hey, we need space in the memory, in the disk or storage, and create memory for us. And then after that, if my data is loaded over here, save that data using this method, using JSON format. Hopefully it makes sense. Now everything is coming from this state class. I mean, workout is a state class, and we have a list of state classes. So those states are emitted over here. Like as you see, we emitted the states, and this is a list as well. So all this list actually we grab over here. Hopefully it should make very sense to you for now. Now there's the other method that we need to also work, which is this one. Now, so this gets called actually only once, first time when you load the data and install your app and load the data. This gets called first time. Well, in later, if you make changes in your data, it'll still get called. So after rebooting, or next time you reboot your app, this will not get called first. This will get called first. Over here, we need to create a list, and list once again workout type, just like this one over here. And then we'll call workouts. That's it. And JSON workout. So now we save data in this map object, which is JSON workout. So we have to retrieve data from that. From JSON will call when you want to retrieve data from the memory. So here we do for. Now since this is a list, so it should have, let's see what's going on. We may remove this, we don't need this. Let's see. Okay, what we could do to remove error, first we can return workouts. Now here we do like this. So for, we should have an access to it. Let me write it anyway. Sometimes Android Studio might not recognize it. We'll see how it goes. We should have access to for each method, and then over here workout, not this one actually, workout from JSON. Now this is the EL object we want to pass, and that's great. We want to do like this. Yeah, one statement. Now it's working. So sometimes Android Studio doesn't recognize all the methods available. So what it would do, it would take everything from this JSON object, which is we created earlier, which one, and then it would convert to from JSON to an object, and then over here we add it to this list, empty list, and then we return, because in the app itself, in the UI, we want to use objects, not map or JSON type. So hopefully it makes sense. So now what are we going to do? We need to make some changes in our main.dart file, even though it looks like it's ready, but it is not yet, because we need to tell Flutter that we are going to use HydratedCubit, and you need to help us to create directory. We need to tell Flutter to do that. So for this reason, over here we'll come to main.dart file. Now at the top we need to make changes. So I think as we are here, we can also remove that. We don't need this section anymore. Now we need to make changes here. Now inside this, instead of returning like this in a single statement, we want to have a lot of statements, and we don't need this for now. Okay, so over here, first we need to do widgets Flutter binding, and make sure that our widgets get binded like HydratedStorage, BLoC, and things like that. So it gets binded with the widget or with the app. So that's how I understand it. Now here we're going to use HydratedStorage actually. Now you see we can get that. And inside there's the build property, and it takes another property which is called storage directory. Now over here we need to tell Flutter, hey, create a directory for us. How to do that? We use like saying like this: get application, get application documents directory. Yeah, just like this. And okay, now we need to install a plugin for this. I will do it in pubspec.yml file, because there is a plugin which is called Path Provider, I think. Path Provider, this one, and we're going to use this version. Now let's do get.dart, and now after this, if you come over here, and let's see if it recognizes or not. Yes, it recognized, so we can get that. Yes, so it's made this plugin. We need to create directory. Okay, great. And right after this, we have to call this method, which is called HydratedBlocOverrides. It has a method called run_joined over here. Now inside this, we'll just simply do run app. Now inside this, we're gonna call our class, which was work out time. Yeah, and that's it. And right after this, actually, what else we need? Run zoned, let's see. Okay, it needs storage property as well, so we're gonna set the storage property inside this. So here we do storage. Now this storage is coming from here, the one that we created, and looks like it's not recognizing. Okay, we also need a wait here. Okay, now it's working and the error is gone. So now let's restart our app and see if we have any error or not. Okay, let's stop our app and restart from the scratch. And then I believe the error should be gone because we just installed a plugin. Restarting might not work. After restarting, and as you can see, it's working over here. Error is gone. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to restart our app, and we see, of course, it restarted. But now here, let's make some changes, and we'll see if it persists after restarting. Well, we do see that I removed S from here. So let's restart one more time. Yes, and let's come over here and we see that, yeah, it's persisted. Now, what if you want to kill the app? And now let's work on this and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so it's running the app. And we remember we just made an change with this text. So it's very exciting that it stores our states. So here it says that build is done. Now we'll see that ours. Okay, let's come over here and we still see that it's there. Okay, so yeah, it just works if you save it anywhere, because we are using HydratedCubit to save our app state. Now what will happen if you take out HydratedCubit? But of course, in that case, we have to remove all these things and just go ahead with this one, and then it won't persist the state. So HydratedCubit is a great solution for persisting your states and things like that, and the data. Anyway, so what is the next thing we want to do? So let's take a look over here. This is, I'm on Android. So far we're able to do like this, and even changing, right? Yeah, and as well as view them. So those are the things we are able to do. Now the next thing would be focusing on this one actually. So where you have this exercise clock and it starts, and here we do have time for preload and the actual exercise time. And here, of course, you can go to next exercise, as you can see, and it changes over here. Everything is dynamic. You can click on anywhere actually. Well, I think just here. Anyway, so yeah. So it would be the clock there, and well, for now the clock doesn't have any sound. In future I'll have sound ability that as it runs you can play music behind it. It's a lot of interesting stuff. Anyway, so as you see, everything is dynamic, and we are using this thing, or we are doing this thing using BLoC. So this would be the most complex place of this whole part. So I want you to stay focused on a lot of things to do over here. So the idea is, if I'm going to click on this first, definitely I'm going to trigger new state, and the first thing of the state would be trigger a timer. Of course, as it triggers timer, we'll take that time and use that time, that how long has been passed, and each time we do this calculation, we have to do the calculation based on like this. So let me open it here, the JSON file, the one we had early. So this one. So while after triggering the timer, we have to calculate, find the preload, duration, and based on that, we'll work on many factors or variables that we'll create on our own. So we need to trigger a timer. That's the logic. Anyway, so now we'll go ahead and see. First we'll create a state. Now I'm going to put it behind. I'm just going to put it like this because the clock is sometimes annoying. It keeps moving. Anyway, so let's come over here inside this state folder. Now we do have workout states. Okay, right. Now so far we have few states, and we can add more actually. Now we have seen that first time actually we had workout and elapsed these two states or properties inside this class. So far we didn't know that why we have this variable int which called elapsed. Now actually we are going to work on them using this variable. It would come into play. Now we'll create a class and we'll call the class name is workout in progress. Workout in progress. And then it will extend equitable one more time. Equitable. And then we're gonna call well, no, this is the one that we'll call from our UI. No, sorry, during the place where we emit our states. So this is where we would call it from, and as we call it, so we also need to pass this properties, which is this 2. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here we'll have workout, and then int elapsed. Okay. All right, and after that we'll have super constructor. So here we'll have workout and elapsed. I'm sorry, actually what we could do instead of doing this, we can just extend our workout state class, not actually equitable. So that was a typo or mistake actually. So just do like this, and the error should be gone. Now of course we need to override on the property. We need to say which two properties should be stateful. So here definitely we want our workout properties and elapsed time. So if we have changes, we should know from BLoC that hey, we have changes. Anyway, so this is the new state that we want to emit. So as we emit, we have to trigger the states and where to emit them from. So for this reason, we need to come to our workout_Cubit class, and actually this is the class over here. We want to create a method, and that method would be called from the UI. Now the first method we'll call start workout. Now of course you get the idea that it would be triggered from a button click. Okay, so we'd click the button and call this one. So as we call, so we'd pass like this workout object, and then we'd also pass this another parameter, and in this case this would be optional. So if your parameters are optional in the function call, then you should wrap it around this third bracket. Okay, you may pass it, you may not pass it. So you can just do like this. Okay, all right. So now you may ask why? Because as we click on this, this line is a workout object or workout. We know that, and inside this is each of them is exercise. So we may pass this object as well as the index, or we may not pass the index. Why? Because actually later on we'll click on them and start our workout or exercise as well. So what I mean by that, let me work on this. Let's come over here. Let's click on this. So now I can click on squat and it'll start squat immediately. So we will start from two places. Once you click over here, it will start the exercise, or you open it up and anywhere you click, it will start. Okay, so this index you may pass, you may not pass, and it will have different conditions. So yeah, that's why we make it like optional. So with saying that, actually after that, we also want our screen to be alive all the time as we do exercise. You know, a lot of time the screen gets locked automatically, so we want to stop that. Now to be able to do that, we need to install a plugin, which is we could do it in pubspec.yml file. Now this plugin is pretty simple, so I'm not going to do any version thing with this. So just call BLoC Okay, just go and do this pub get. Just a few lines of this plugin we're gonna use, and we are good to go. So I'm going to close this one. Right after this, let's see, come over here. Now inside this, we have this one. So as we click on this, first we need to make sure that our screen is awake, or we'll enable it actually. So wake-lock.enable this one. Now I guess we need to import its library. Let's do that. So as soon as we click on a button, this method would get called, and we'll tell the OS that, hey, keep this screen alive, don't close it automatically. So that's the idea. Then we're gonna check on index. So as I said, we may pass, we may not pass. So here we'll pass null to it and check if it is given or not. So if it is given, do one way. If it is not given, do the other way. So first we'll go ahead with the other way. Now over here, actually, we're gonna emit a state. And what state? The state that we have just created, workout in progress, this one. Now over here, we'll pass workout object, and the index is 0. So that's what the default one, and we're gonna pass like this. And after that, over here, what we'll do, we'll actually create a timer object at the top, and we're gonna use it here. So let's be organized. So here we do timer, and we'll call it timer, because we are going to use a clock, so that's why we need this library. Okay, and once the state has been emitted, we can also trigger a clock count. Now, well, so we'll create an object of that clock count. So here we'd save it in this timer variable, and to create that object, we would do timer.periodic, this one. Now, as you can see inside this, it takes duration, and if you see, hover over on this, so a duration object. So that's what we need to pass to it. So here we do const and duration. Now we want in terms of every 1 second later, it should trigger the clock. So that's what we are doing. Now inside this, if you see that it should take a callback function, so we're just going to remove this because it's a callback function. We can create the function and just call the function. So of course the function doesn't exist, so you're going to create it now. So our function name is onTick. So let's create it. Now onTick should take timer, and the object name is timer. All right, now why we are doing that, if you see, click on this, it takes a timer object. Now if you have this callback function outside, you also have to pass the timer object, so it get passed automatically. You might say, no, you didn't pass it here. Well, since it's a callback function, in general you don't need to do that. This function would automatically know and pass the timer object over here. Anyway, so now let's go ahead. Now here, over here, we'll first check our state over here. So what state we are, because we might have a lot of different states. So you're going to check the state and see whether we have the right state. So what state we want to check? We want to check if our state is workout in progress. This is the one we are looking for right now. We don't care about other states at this moment. So if this is one that we can go ahead and do things. So here we'll do state as, because we do have a lot of states, so we want to cast it or convert it to the state we want so that we can access the data. So state means the data where it's held, so we want to access the data. So here we do like this, workout in progress, and we'll create a variable and we'll call it WIP. W means work out, I means in, P means progress. So will it make sense? You can name it anything you want. All right, so we check if we have this state or not, and then we actually cast it using this work in progress using state as, so that we get the right data. Now inside this, actually, since we are holding this state right now, so we can access a lot of the properties. Now if you know, WIP has a property which is called elapsed. So elapsed means the total time that's been passed, or the time has been passed so far. Make sure it's not null. And over here we will check WIP.workout.getTotal. Now getTotal is the total time for an workout, so that's why we have to check with this. And now let's see, we do have a bit of issue over here, so let's make sure that workout is not null. Okay, we are great. So this is the total time for one workout. Of course, you see workout has 8 minutes. This workout has 14 to 15 minutes. And this is the total time. So why we are checking this? Until the time is met, our app clock has to go on, okay? So that's why we're checking the condition. So if it falls in this condition, it means that we have to keep working, and the clock should be working as well, and it would do tick 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 like that. Okay, so it emits states. Why it should emit state? Because you do see that one more time while it's emitting state. If it didn't emit, you don't see the new UI over here. It's changing every seconds later everywhere. So we have to emit state in every second. Okay, so that's why we are checking, and we're also checking if we are actually doing exercise or not. I mean by that is if we are having or clicked on this and then we triggered the timer. So you get the total time, and we also check the elapsed time. All right, now initial elapsed time is 0, so we have it 0 because I think if you take a look at our workout, so I'm gonna close this, we don't need this, and we also don't need JSON. So over here, now this is a workout state, but initially once we call our work initial, so we set it to 0. So first value is 0, so we don't need to worry about that one. So we don't need this one as well. What else we don't need? Okay, we should be here anyway. So let's check that. Hopefully it makes sense. Initial value is 0. So over here we'll check from 0 to 8 minutes or 0 to 15 minutes, like that. You get the idea. And each 1 second later we are emitting a state. But what state? That the state is workout in progress. Well, you may ask, we already did it here, but as I said, also every 1 second later we have to emit a state. So that's why we have this timer over here, which is being called from here, and we are passing and saving it to a timer object. So every 1 second later we want to emit the state and see the clock. Now over here we're going to emit WIP.workout, so the object, and as well as WIP.elapsed. Now here, first make sure it's not empty or null. And then every 1 second later we also change the elapsed variable. We add a value to it. Okay, so when it gets saved, saved, this elapsed value would change as well, because we are adding plus to it. All right, hopefully it makes sense. All right, and now let's come over here, and inside this, make sure that we are in the right place. Now inside this we'll have this timer object. So once the condition didn't meet, so we just cancel the timer object, and let's make sure it's not empty, and we can call cancel this one, and we can also use this wake lock to cancel and tell this OS that hey, we don't need this UI to be, or screen to be alive anymore. You can do whatever you want. All right, so once that is done, we can also emit a new state which is called workout initial. So that most probably would take us to our home page. So workout emit this one. So we are good to go. All right. So now this is the basic step that we are following right now. So from the UI, we'll call this method since we are using Cubit. So instead of triggering an event, we are calling this start method, but start workout method. But if you use BLoC, so this should be inside your event. Anyway, so now here after that, this would get called. Now this is the time that you go ahead and find your UI and try to call it from the UI. Main.lib over here. I think we should go to our home page. This home page is this page where we have a lot of buttons. I mean by that, this one. Now inside this home page, if you see, we have this icon button, and over here we do have onPressed event, and we do see that list tile, and the list tile finishes over here. Now inside this list tile, we could trigger an onTap event. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we do onTap. Okay, great. And there should be once again a callback function. So once we click on this, it gets called, and here we'll see is expanded. I'm not sure it's getting it, but anyway, so let me type it manually. Expanded is expanded not true, which means false. If it's not true, then we'll go ahead and call this one. Otherwise, we would do null. So call what? So here we do BlocProvider and dot off, and we are looking for Cubit over here. So in this time, we are looking for workout Cubit, this one, because our method lies inside this class, and then we'll do start workout, this one. And as we do that, we pass this start workout object, which is this one, and then otherwise it's null. So if expanded is false, which means it didn't open or not being clicked, then we start our workout. Otherwise, we just pass a null to it. So this variable has to do with opening and closing of this. All right, now if we actually go ahead and run our app, actually would be able to read the timer, but the problem, let's see if we can print the timer, whatever is being there. So here actually we can print things. We could say my elapsed time is, so just like this. So here we do WIP elapsed. Yeah. So let's save it. Let's come over here. Okay, now let's save it. Now as we want to click on this, so we want to see that this has been printed, because this button should call this method, the one we just created over here. Let's check on that. Now, yes, we do have a bit of issues. Now we have installed a plugin and it's got us a block screen, but we do see that it's working. Every 1 second later, it's being printed. I'm gonna restart the app one more time, most probably because this is triggering a new event, as well as there is no UI for that. So that's where the problem is. Another problem, I mean, this problem should be solved from here. So here, you remember just now, actually, we triggered workout in progress state, but here, inside this block builder, we don't have that state. So you also need to check for that one. So we need to create a class, and the class name should be workout in progress. So once that state, which is this one, well, or this one, the idea is same. Once it's emitted, then we should take us to a new page. Well, now here actually we can just call work out in progress. Of course, this class doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and inside the screen, we'll create a new stateless class. And here we'll call it workout in progress.dart. And then we create a stateless class, and we'll see that the error is gone. Workout in progress. Beautiful. So now let's go ahead and do this. We're good, and let's import it. And it says that isn't a widget required by, well, it is a widget. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to rename this, just call it workout progress, and we'll see how it goes. It might conflict with the one that we just created, the states. So it may return a state. So now let's import this. So it was conflicting with the names because our widget name and our state name, they were the same. Well, I learned something new, that your state name, which is over here, is also workout in progress. But anyway, it's better they're different, workout progress, so we can call like this. Now since we are over here, inside this we can go inside this class and do some interesting things. Now over here, well, just now I talked about this one, that how everything should work once you click on this. So we need to do a bit of work actually before we do that. We don't want it like this. What we could do, we could use BLoC Consumer over here. Now BLoC Consumer is better than BLoC Builder in a sense that it both listens and changes the state of the UI. BLoC Builder just changes the state of the UI. Here in this page we need to listen to many states, so that's why we are using BLoC Consumer. Anyway, so it takes workout Cubit and workout state. Now if you just purely used BLoC, then you'd use workout BLoC and workout state. They're pretty much same. Once again, which I'm saying again and again, the idea is same. It just Cubit is a bit easier than BLoC. Anyway, so now over here for listener, we can access the context and state, and after that we'll do something. Now here it's the same for BLoC Builder. So here we want to pass take the context and state, and based on that do things. Now here we need to return. What do you want to return? You want to return, say for example, center widget text, child text. Now here we do state, and then we know that it has the variable elapsed. Why we could do that? Because here we have this workout state class. Now let's restart, and now if you see, so the time is passing, and we do see that this timer object and the time is over here, so which means that it's actually working, and this is beautiful. Yeah, so which means that we can elapse time, trigger on that, and start the timer. But in fact, this is not how we want it. Eventually we'd want it like this. It's not as easy as that one. Well, first thing we need to do over here, we need to create some map objects. Here we'll create a map, and inside the map we'll have string and dynamic. Now why we are creating a map, you'll understand it later. Just bear with me and get stats, and soon you'll understand. Just go ahead, and I will, as always, I'll explain everything along the way. So workout elapsed, right, like this, and then import them, otherwise it will get error. Here it wants us to return a map, so here we just simply do return, and so we want to return a map. So what is the map that we should return over here? Now simply the first thing we could return is workout title, and then over here we do have access to the workout, so we can get the title to it. And right after this, simply our arrow should be gone and we are good to go. So but we will use it anyway because we will have access to the workout object, so we'll be able to get the title from it. Now actually we need to do more work and understand. So inside this map, what do we want first? We want workout total. Now here we do workout dot get total. We know that. Now it returns us total time that's being passed, right? Total time for each exercise. Let me restart and put my UI here so that it makes more sense. All right, okay, great. So that's the total time that we want to get. Well, let's see. One thing I could do right now, actually, just to take this and return a scaffold, is it would help us to go through the debugging section well. And then I want to do an app bar over here and app bar. Okay, now it will have title. Yeah, well, for now, let's see, what do we have? So state.workout.title. We can access to that one, but I guess it wants you to wrap it around text widget. And here, most probably, let's see what else. So what error we are getting? Okay, now then convert it to string. Yes. So let's save this. Okay, the idea is if I click on this, we see that it starts. Well, we don't have back button over here, so I'm gonna put one back button inside this app bar. So here we'll have leading, and then previously we have seen what is called a back button. Now on pressed event, here we do BlocProvider dot off. Now here workout, I guess that one, and then context and get home. All right, now let's save this. Let's click on this. Oh yeah, this is what is causing problem, because this callback function gets called automatically without any trigger. Now it should work. Okay, now let's click on this. We do see that it starts. Now it's being cranky for some reason because the clock has been triggered many times. So now let's click on this and let's restart. But you get the idea why you did this back button, because the back button would help us to go back and forth rather than restarting the app every time. Okay, great. Now, well, that's the first thing we have done. And after that, we can get our exercise object, and we'll call it exercise. And we know that from each workout, we can access this exercise is this one. Yeah. Now here's the trick. Actually, we want to get the current exercise. Now to get that, actually, we need to create a new method. Now let's go to this workout class over here. I guess we need to import a library. Now inside this, we want to create a new method, and the return type would be exercise over here, and we'll call it get current exercise. Now it will send us a time. So here we'll grab elapsed time and elapsed. Okay, and after that, here we'll have access to this exercises list, the one we have at the top, this one. Okay, All right, and here we do last where. Now each of the elements we can access in the list using this element word, and then we'd get this element, then we'd get this start time, and then we make sure that it's not null, and here we have this condition which is elapsed. Now we'll just simply return it, and let's see, make sure that it's not empty, and well, I guess we need to use return statement, then the error should be gone. Or on the other hand, what we could do, we can just remove this and like this. Yeah, okay, it looks cleaner. Now the same thing actually we can also do here. We don't need this time, we don't need any of this. Okay, yeah, so which looks cleaner actually, and we are aligned the way we are doing things. If it's just one line, we can return using this fat arrow. Now what it does over here, so what it does is the last smallest element object, so it takes everything from the list, from this list, and then it will take each of the item to loop through it, and we compare with the time, start time, and whatever the time has been elapsed. So that elapsed time would be the time that actually we have in our workout Cubit. So because you remember this over here, we do increase the elapsed time each time, right? So we need to check that time, and then we see if it is less than or not. Now it may sound a little abstract that what is going on here, so let me give you a better idea. So here's the thing, if this is here, let's write a function. So here is our main function, and then inside this we'll have list int list, okay, and then we'll have 1 3 2 3 2 7 9 4. Now here we'll call it var item, and here we'd say list.last where. Now we take each of them as e or element, it doesn't really matter, and then over here we'll see, we'll do the similar condition. If less than 4, then we'll print item. So here we'll see that it printed 2 but not 1. Why? So last where, the way it works is that it takes everything from your list, and it also takes the condition like this one, the predicate, and goes through one by one all of them and check, and it will check which is the smallest one and the last smallest one, the last one or smaller than 4, like that. So here I'm saying get me an element that is smaller than 4. Well, it first checks 1. Okay, 1 is smaller than 4, that's in the list, and 3 2, they're all smaller, but 5 is not, this 9 is not. But why it checks 2? Because it was checking all of them, but 2 was the last one to be the small, so it takes the last small one. Of course, it's based on your condition, it could be any kind of condition. In this case I'm saying get me the small one that's smaller than 4, and when you last time checked. So it's more like, hey, last time when you checked in this list, tell me how was, if there was anything less than 4. So last time I checked, there was a 2 less than 4. So that's why it won't work like that. But here, if I have say 0, then yeah, we'll see that it printed 0. yes, 0. And as well as if I take it from here and say 2, and over here if I say 8, so what's gonna print it this time? Well, definitely it's gonna print 3, because well, it knows that 2 is small, but 3 is also small, and 3 is small as it was checking the last time, or the last element among the small one, like that. So right now here we'll see 3. Of course, you can change the condition. Here you could say, get me a big one, the bigger than 4. What did it do? Well, of course, this time it will print 9, because this was the last in the element, last in the checking time, and that was bigger. Now, what if you have, say, 6? Definitely it will print 6 this time, even though 8 is bigger, because it just always compares with the last one. And what if we have here, say, 10? So definitely it'll print 10. Yeah, now hopefully it makes sense. So yeah, that's how it works. Now, based on that, it returns an item for us, okay, from this list over here. Okay, now it still maybe didn't make sense to you how it has to do with our workout time. Now you'll see that we are passing this elapsed time over here. Now think that in terms of our exercise, first it starts with 0. Maybe the second exercise starts at 10 seconds, the third exercise 40 seconds, the fifth exercise maybe 45 seconds, the next one 70 seconds, and next one maybe 80 seconds, like that. Now we are also passing elapsed time. Now you'll have int elapsed, maybe say 10. So here we'll compare like this, elapsed. Okay, so what do you think is gonna print this time? Well, definitely it'll print 0. Oh, sorry, let me change the condition, just like the way we did in our case. So 0, because well, 10 is equal to 10, so last time the last element was 0, that is smaller than 10. Now what if we do, say, 15 or maybe 35? So it'll print 30, but of course in our case we are lucky that everything is in order, okay? So it'll put 30. But of course you can also, yeah, but now here we are also just checking pretty much with the start time, and we know that every time the start time is greater than the earlier one, so that's why it will always give us up to here or up to here based on your number, okay? Yeah, so we get it. Now it also tells us one thing. Okay, well, now if this is our start time for each of the exercise, how does it get me the index? Well, so if you know now, you'll see that here first one is index 0, second one is index 1, so like this. So hopefully it makes sense. So if, say, it returns 30, well, I would know that for 30 the index is 0. So that's how, based on this value, actually we can get the current exercise, because I can pinpoint for that start time what is the current one. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, so that's how you go ahead and get the current exercise. Well, in our case, what we are doing, we are actually returning an exercise object, but if this meets this condition, so this condition is the same as over here. So whatever it returns, so that should be the current one and the right one based on the condition. Anyway, so we understand this one. If you still don't understand, leave a comment below. Okay, so now let's come over here, the place where we are, workout progress. Well, looks like I just closed it, so let me find it. Workout progress, this one. Okay, so yeah, now because we have access to this, so let's get the exercise. So that's why we actually save it in exercise object. So here we'll have workout.getCurrentExercise, and then we can just pass this time, the elapsed time, and it will do the conditional check for us. Okay, all right. So next we want to create a variable, and we'll call it exercised elapsed over here, and then how to get the exercise elapsed. That means that how much time has been gone for this certain exercise. How to work on this? So we could do workout elapsed minus exercise dot start time. We say it's not empty. So while elapsed time actually, because it comes from the timer, so it's always increases. Well, the first time, very first time, it's 0. Exercise time is 0 as well, because here we have seen that we could understand it like this, right? Maybe 0, first time is workout 30, 40, 70, 90. So everything is counted as seconds, which aligns with our timer. So first time is 0, exercise start time is 0, so it returns as 0. But later on, elapsed time, because remember, first exercise starts at 0, the second one would start at 30 seconds. So it would still be 0 over here, right? Yeah, so only after 30 seconds later, it would get increased. Yeah, so that's the time being passed so far for certain exercise. So this gives us exercise elapsed time, and which is a positive number. You have to remember that. And right after this, actually, we can declare another variable, exercise remaining. Yeah, so how much exercise time is remained? Well, we know that each of the exercise has a variable which is called preload, which is played before the exercise, real exercise starts. So here we need to do like that. And then here we can do exercise elapsed time and minus it. All right, remember once again, first time for each exercise preload, the time is not negative. Each preload has a value, but this could be very first time, this is 0, right? In first second, before first second, it's 0. During the 1 second, this is 1. Second, this exercise elapsed time becomes 2. So it goes on like this. So it gets decreased from this. So eventually, first, this would become 0 because this gets decreased as the time passes. I mean, this gets increased, and then we do the negation. Then this value slowly becomes negative. So that also means that after like the preload time is over, it would become negative. We have to remember that one. And well, of course, we can't use a negative time, but we'll work on that. All right, next we'll create a bool over here, and we'll call it is a preload, because we want to see actually are we in a preload time or not. And so for that one, we can just use exercise elapsed less than exercise dot preload. Okay, so whatever the time has been passed, if it is less than preload time, so that is that means that for the certain exercise we are still doing preload. Or if this becomes bigger, that means that preload time is over. Okay, so that's one. So we'll use this as a conditional check and set of things like this, because we said that this would become negative certain time. We don't want to use a negative value. Now over here we would use another variable, and we'll call it int, and over here we'll call it maybe exercise total. So that will tell us actually if what we are doing is we are doing preload or actually we are really doing the exercise time. So here we do exercise.preload, and then here we do exercise.duration. Right, and we also say that this is not negation. So if this condition is true, which is come from here, then it means we are in preload session. Otherwise, we are in duration session. So that's what it tells us. So now, based on this information, actually, we are going to return a map. So over here, based on this, we can create another condition. Here we do if preload is preload. So we want to check if we are having this preload time or not, because the actual exercise should not include preload time, and exercise remaining time also should not include this preload time. So we want to work on this. Now here we have this exercise elapsed, this one, the first one. Here we need to do a bit of mathematical operation. We'll do like this, and here we do exercise dot preload. Each of the exercise has their own preload. So let's remove the preload time. As the time passes, we always remove the preload time, because this exercise elapsed is always get bigger, right? Because as you can see that exercise elapsed is coming from workout elapsed, which is the ticker of the timer. So it always gets increased by 1 second, and so it would get always increased. So whatever we show, we make sure that from the elapsed time the preload is gone. So that is the actual exercise elapsed time. Hopefully it makes sense. Now the other part is exercise remaining time. This one we do the opposite actually. So plus, and in that case we do exercise dot duration. All right, now why? Because you'll see that exercise remaining time would eventually get negative, because here elapsed is being deducted from preload. Maybe say if your exercise, like for example, say this one, we have 10 seconds of preload, but as the time, once again I said that exercise elapsed always get increased, so 10 seconds later this whole value becomes negative. So while it increases on the negative side, right? So we need to do the duration, because an exercise might have 30 seconds. So first time it becomes negative. So what will happen? Say after preload is done, like this one, 10 seconds. So this whole value would be 0, and then it would be -1, and then it would be -2, 3. But each time this function will actually get called. So as it gets called each time, so the total duration would be, exercise remaining time would be -1 plus 30, so 20 seconds, 29 seconds. So next time when it's -2, what we'll do? We do -2 plus 30, so exercise remaining time is 28, so hopefully it makes sense. So that's why we are doing plus over here. Okay, great. Now with this, we are almost done. Now all we need to do just work on this, well, the map. So we have all this data over here, so we can create a map out of it. Now here we do workout progress. So this is another map key. Here we do workout progress. And then how to get that one? So we would do workout elapsed time by workout total. So while here we see that workout total, this is the total time for our whole app exercise for this certain workout, right? So 8 minutes, 15 minutes, like that. So whatever the time has been passed, that's divided by the total. So yeah, we know the progress. So that also means that this would be floating point. This would be floating point or decimal. Now we would also do workout elapsed Now for this one, we already have worked on this, so we can just say workout elapsed. So this is the directly coming from the ticker. Now here we do total exercise, this one. So here we do exercise dot index. Well, no, actually it shouldn't be like that. It should be from workout total exercise, workout dot exercise is dot length. So that's the number of total exercises we have. We need to keep track of that one. And then we do current exercise index, this one. And here we do exercise dot index. Let's convert it to double, it should be helpful. So from each of the exercise we get the index, so that's the current exercise index. And then here we'll have workout remaining time, all right. Now for this one, what do we do? Workout total minus workout elapsed. So that's workout remaining time, not the exercise remaining time. Exercise remaining time is for each of them, but now when I say workout remaining time, it's this one and this one. Okay, so don't make them confused. All right, and now we can also do exercise remaining. All right, so here we'll do exercise remaining. Yeah, right. So with this, actually we were almost ready, and yeah, that's it. So we are going to return a map. So this would return a map, this function, as we call it, this would return us a map. Now, if it does, then actually we can go ahead and use it. Well, let's see. Now, anyway, so inside this, we are inside this body. So over here, we could do something interesting. Now, instead of showing it like this, let me remove this. So first here, I want to have a container, and then I want to have a padding just for styling. But once again, this is not much about UI, so I do have other UI block app where I explain more UI than block, so you can watch that one. Now inside this we'll have children, then column, and then right after this we'll have this children list. So here we'll have linear progress indicator, linear progress indicator, this one. Well, I think it should be capital letter. Yeah, the error is gone. Now inside this, we wanna show like say background color first. So here we do colors.blue, and say we don't want a complete blue, we want a different one, and minimum height say 10, and then well it needs a value. Now the stats. Now we don't have anything like this, so where to get this value? Now we are inside this Cubit and this workout state. So this is the function that we can create. Now this actually we created early, so we just go ahead and call it, and it returns us a map. Now over here we are passing this workout object, which is coming from this state as well as workout elapsed time from the state. Now I have an article, what is state and what can you do with the state, so go ahead and check that if it doesn't make sense. Anyway, so state, you can understand it just like the special memory where you can access your data, updated data. You can update your data as well over there. You can do whatever you want, and UI would also know about it. Now, of course, that would be specific to your cubic and state, because you might have a lot of states and a lot of qubits. So yeah, inside device memory, you will have a lot of slots for each qubit and state, and you would know where you are updating and getting data from. So that's how I understand it. But anyway, so now I have the states variable over here, so I can access my stops from here. Like here I could do like say workout progress, this one. All right, now this is the time we go ahead and run our app and make sure that we don't have any error, and it's rebooted. Let's see. All right, now let's click on this, Yeah, so this is something we see that it's being progressed and it's beautiful. As the time is passing, actually it's working automatically. It's just wonderful because we used BLoC to do that. Isn't it amazing? Because this state is being updated just because of BLoC state management, or the Cubit, the one we are using. Now, once again, this BLoC, so this function gets states, gets called each time because this is a BLoC consumer, right? So BLoC consumer is the same as like BLoC builder, but it has some additional feature where you can listen. We'll be listening very soon. So if you don't want to use BLoC builder and you want to listen to changes and states at the same time, then you should definitely use BLoC consumer, because it not only lets you to redraw your UI, but at the same time it lets you to do listening of states and many things that you could do. Yeah, so well, it's working and it's a beautiful thing, right? Now we could do more of the stuffs over here to show. So right after this, over here we'll do another padding. So let's do padding. All right, and here we'll have padding, and we'll do const add insets only this time, and then we'll do top 30. All right, right after this we'll have a child over here, and then we'll have row, and inside this row we'll have children. Now inside this children, let's do text. Now we know that we have a function called format time. We can call that one and pass the time. Now what is the time? The time we want to send is coming from our stats variable, the one that we created, and here we'll do work out elapsed. I think this is the variable that we created, and then over here we'll do true. All right, and let's see, do we need anything over here? Okay, the error is gone, and that's one part. The other part, actually, we could do like workout remaining time. So we can just go ahead and copy this, and then here we'll have like this. But of course in this time, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this out, and then we'll do, okay, you know, for now just let me put it like this and restart the UI, and I mean the app, and let's click on this and let's see how it goes. Well, it did give us an error. So over here it says that it needed an int, but we are not giving int to it. Let's see, to string, let's go to the format and see what's happening here. Yes, it's int seconds, but since this is our map, let's check our value. Work out elapsed. Okay, S. Now let's click on this one and put it here. Let's start again, and we'll see how it goes. Let's click on this. Okay, so as you see, the time is being shown as it progresses. This is another beautiful thing about our Cubit and BLoC. Great. Now over here, actually we want to put this remaining time, but at the end. So yeah, if you remove that, it's gone. So here I would do like this, and inside this I'll just call this format time format. Actually, what I can do, I can just copy this and time format just like this, but here we'll say work out remaining, like that. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Yes, we do say like this. Now because this is, we are inside the row, so here we could do main axis alignment. Main axis alignment, let's say dot space between. All right, so here like this. Okay, yeah, so hopefully it should make sense to you that how they're working, because it's working correctly because of this math over here. All right, so next we'll see how to make a circular progress indicator over here. Now to be able to do that, right after this padding over here, we'll create another new widget, and we'll call, well, for now, first we do const and spacer, so create some space, and then we'll use equal. And it looks like our spacer got some problems. Spacer, okay, great. Now inside this, first we'll have child, and we'll use stack widget. Stack widget will have children because we want to use an image and well, text together that would be overlapping over here at the same time. Now, well, the first thing you want to do here, okay, so let's go ahead and put a center widget because we want to put everything in the center. And then as a child, we'll have sized box, and then we'll give it a height, say 220, and width is a 220 because we want a square like that. And inside this, we'll have this child, and for the child itself, we'll have circular progress indicator, and then we'll give it a value color. So this value color, actually we want to animate over the time. Now for this reason here, we'll use another widget which is called always stopped animation. This one, always stopped animation. And what do you want to animate? You want to animate color, so that's why here you'd say like this. And then over here would use stats, and then inside this we'll use is preload. We'll check if it is preload or not. If it's preload, then we'll use colors.red. Otherwise we'll use colors.blue. Colors.blue. So for preload, one color. For other time we'll use a different color, so the arrow is gone. And now here the stroke width, for now we can go ahead and do 25, and after that here value. Now here once again stats, so inside this we'll get exercise progress. Exercise progress. Now this should be in the map, so based on this value will animate the color over here. All right, and what are you going to do? Let's go ahead and restart our app and let's see how it looks like. Okay, and let's click on this, and it looks like we have an error. Now the error could be this one, just like earlier we had exercise progress. Now here we don't have exercise progress, so that's why we are getting this error. So let's create a new one. So exercise progress is total ellipse time by total exercise time, or exercise ellipse time by total exercise time. Let's go ahead and run it one more time, and let's click on this exercise progress, and we need to, let's see over here one more time if we get error or not. Looks like we still get error, and in this case let's see where it's pointing to. It's actually pointing to is preload 43 over here, block consumer exercise preload, and we don't have any other error though. And let's check on this value as well, that what do we have here. So it's null, and it's not subtype of bool. So what do we have here? So it's saying that our is preload is, well, over here is preload. Okay, the reason is over here we don't have any field as preload. We should have one, so that's why it's causing this error. So here we do is preload, and previously we had a preload as well. So is preload is preload, this one. Let's copy this and put it here. Yeah, we should be good to go, and this time we are good. Let's click on this, Yes, you do see that the progress bar is already working. That's awesome. But of course, this is not what we want. So this is the first one was for preload. Now this is for exercise. And now let's get over there, and inside the sized box, actually after this size box we want to do another center widget, and then we'll have child, and inside this child you could do sized box, and then we'll do once again height 220 with 220, child, padding const, add inserts only. So here let's put a bottom over here, we'll do 20, and then inside this we'll have child. Now for this one over here we are going to use a stopwatch. So here we do asset image, and then here we do stopwatch.png. All right, let's save it, and here we go. So this is our stopwatch. Now it's inside, so maybe we could do like this, so it would go outside. All right, and let's restart it and we'll see how it goes. Well, the starting point of this one looks like has a bit of problem. Now to work with this, actually we can come over here and set up some properties, which is called alignment. Now const alignment, this one, and it takes XY values, so both of them should start from 0. That's what we are trying to say. And now let's save it. Yes, so this time it works. Beautiful. So this is our stopwatcher, which goes along with each of this time, but of course this is the total time, right? Yeah. And one more thing we could do over here, actually we can show some dots as it progresses. Right now we don't have dots. Okay, so next we'll find our pub.yml file, pubspec.yml file, and inside this we'll install a plugin which is called dots indicator. This one. This is a simple plugin, just go ahead and install it. It should not be big of a problem. And after that we can come to our workout in progress, and inside this padding, actually between this text we could do dots indicator, indicator, not decorator, dots indicator. Yes, this one. Now here it wants a few parameters. The first one is dots count. So now for dots count we use stats, and over here we use the total exercises, this one, and then we use position and stats current exercise index, so that would be the position index. All right, now let's save it, and we might now let's see current exercise index and total exercise whether we have or not. Current exercise index, total exercise, we should be there. So let's restart our app, and let's come over here, and now let's see the error where it's causing. Workout progress, dots count stats, total exercises, that looks fine. Let's see, we should look for it. Okay, oh sorry, it's a total exercise, not exercises, sorry for this. Okay, yeah, so here we go, these are our dots. As it passes, the dots changes, as you can see over here, and this is a preload. Wonderful. All right, before I finish this part of this tutorial, let's do one more thing. So inside this inkwell, actually we want to have some methods to control it. So here we'll have this onTap event, and as we click on that, so we'll have this onTap callback function that would get triggered. Now over here we'll check the state first. So if state is workout in progress, so if this is the state, then we do one thing. So here we do BlocProvider dot off workout progress, this one, workout actually Cubit, not this one, workout Cubit, and then we'll have this context, and after that we'll call a method from our Cubit which is called pause workout. Well, we don't have this method, so we need to create one, and which we'll do very soon. Now if else, so here we could do workout, resume workout. Well, it's better we really check the state. So here we do if state is workout paused. Now we don't have these three things, so we need to go ahead and create them. So let's come to our workout Cubit class over here, and let's stay organized. Okay, and all right, great. So now over here we would create a method, and we'll call it pause workout, and inside this we'll say emit workout post. Now with this, actually we don't have any workout paused class, so we need to create one. But as we do that, we'll pass this workout object from the state, as well as workout the time has elapsed. We're going to keep track of our time. We don't have. Now, well, let's come to our workout in progress, and well, let's comment this out. Yeah, and let's comment this out as well. So just we want to work with this first. So workouts Cubit, not this one, over here. Now we don't have this method, so let's go ahead and create one. So this class. Well, then we need to go to this workout state class. So let's come over here. Yeah, so we do have this view. So over here, right below it, we would create a class, and we'll call it workout post, this one, and extends workout state. Yes, like this. Now because it extends that one, so we need to use call the constructor first. So here we do workout post, this one, and wherever we call it from, we'll get workout object, this one, and then we'll get int elapsed, this one, and after that we call super constructor and workout elapsed, like this. And then we need to override some methods, so let's go ahead and create them. I mean override, not method, actually a property, and here we do workout and elapsed. Let's cancel this. Yeah, get like this. And yeah, I think that's it. So let's go ahead and restart our app, and let's see how it goes. So first, this is preload. So once the preload is done, we're gonna click on this. So it's stopped. It's beautiful, right? So that's how you go ahead and stop it. All right, so that was about over here. I'm gonna close this. Also this one. We also don't need this. Yeah, so we called it and passed the state, and that just got stopped. And then how to resume it. To be able to resume it, we need to create, like as you see over here, a resume workout method first. So we'll come over here, and I think we can just simply copy this, and we'll change the name of it. So here we do resume workout, and of course we need to create a new class, workout in progress. I think we already have one, so our workout is in progress. And let's go ahead and click on this. Yes, we already have one, so we don't need to create. And in this case, what do we need to do? Let's uncomment this. Yeah, so first we check the state if it is paused or not. Then we go ahead and resume it. So let's go ahead and work on this. Okay, let's preload to be over. All right, let's pause it. Let's resume it. Beautiful. Let's pause it. Let's resume it. Oh, wonderful. So we came a long way. But this tutorial has more to cover, so I'll end this tutorial now. But if you like the tutorial, don't forget to subscribe, smash that like button, and buy me a coffee. Thank you.